In an age of railroads, robber barons, and rising empires, one man became the banker who could steady a nation with a single glance. His name was J.P. Morgan. Born into privilege yet driven by discipline, he grew up studying numbers, markets, and the psychology of power. While others sought fortune through risk, Morgan sought control through certainty. He saw the financial world not as chaos, but as a machine, one he believed he could engineer. Through strategic loans, bold consolidations, and iron-willed negotiations, he shaped American industry from the inside out. Steel, railroads, electricity. Morgan touched them all, merging companies into giants and transforming competition into order. During national crises, presidents called him before calling Congress, trusting his judgment more than their own institutions. He was feared, respected, admired, and despised, often all at once. Behind the stern expression and legendary nose was a man who valued stability above popularity, influence above applause. Yet he lived with contradictions: a devout art collector who crushed rivals, a private man who controlled public markets, a capitalist who believed only he could save capitalism. How did one financier gain the power to rescue the American economy, and what did it cost him to hold that power? This is the story of J.P. Morgan, the banker who built order from chaos and whose shadow still stretches across Wall Street. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please subscribe, turn on notifications, and like the video. Feel free to share the video with your friends who love money stories. The winter light filtered pale through the leaded glass windows of the Morgan home in Hartford, catching dust motes that danced between leather-bound volumes and polished oak. Outside, the Connecticut River flowed silent beneath a thin sheet of ice, carrying the frozen commerce of New England toward distant ports. April 17, 1837, a Monday that would later be recorded in the family Bible with precise penmanship. Junius Spencer Morgan paced the upstairs hallway, while his wife Juliet's labor cries subsided into the first wails of their newborn son. "A boy," the doctor announced, emerging from the bedroom with satisfaction warming his otherwise formal demeanor. Healthy and strong, lunged. Junius nodded, suppressing the swell of emotion beneath his waistcoat. A son to carry the Morgan name, a name already whispered with respect in Hartford's counting houses and insurance offices. John Pierpont Morgan, they would call him, honoring Juliet's father. "The ledgers will need updating," Junius murmured to himself as he entered the bedroom to see his exhausted wife cradling their infant. It was not callousness that prompted such a thought in this tender moment, but the particular discipline of mind that had elevated the Morgans from merchants to financiers. Every birth, every death, every transaction, all recorded with meticulous precision. This was Hartford in the 1830s, a city of white clapboard homes and brick commercial buildings where respectability was a currency as real as the banknotes issued by its financial institutions. The Morgans occupied a particular stratum in this ordered world, not the oldest money in New England, but rising with a methodical certainty of compound interest. Junius had learned banking from his father Joseph, who, according to stories told around the family dinner table, had helped establish Aetna Insurance, one of the pillars of Hartford's emergence as an insurance capital. Young John Pierpont, J.P. in family conversations, grew up in a household where arithmetic preceded scripture, and both were considered essential foundations for a properly formed character. His childhood unfolded against the backdrop of the Panic of 1837, a financial collapse that began mere days after his birth when New York banks suspended specific payments, triggering a cascade of bankruptcies across the nation. "You see, Pierpont," Junius would explain to his son as they walked along Hartford's elm-lined streets, the boy's small hand engulfed in his father's firm grip, "what happens when speculation exceeds prudence? Men made fortunes on paper, building on credit without foundation. Now those same men sell apples on the street." The boy absorbed these lessons in silence, his serious eyes watching everything. By temperament, even in earliest childhood, J.P. seemed allergic to ostentation. While other children of Hartford's elite might boast of their father's positions, young Morgan developed an aversion to publicity that would become characteristic. He preferred observation to declaration, accumulation of knowledge to its display. His four sisters, Juliet, Sarah, Mary, and Frances, orbited around him, creating a feminine sphere of influence that perhaps contributed to his reserved nature. In the Morgan household, emotions were acknowledged but rarely indulged. Discipline was not harsh but constant. Dinner conversations mixed Hartford gossip with reports of European markets and theological discussions. The Morgan family attended the Episcopal Church, setting them apart slightly in a town still dominated by Congregationalists. On his 10th birthday, Junius presented his son with a small leather-bound ledger, its pages lined for entries of debits and credits. "Your allowance begins today," Junius announced over breakfast, buttering a piece of toast with mathematical precision. 2 cents per week. You will record every penny received and spent. I will review your accounts monthly. Young Pierpont accepted the book with a solemnity that pleased his father. That evening, the boy made his first entry in a hand still forming its character. April 17, 1847. Received from father 2 cents. This ritual of accounting would continue throughout his life, expanding from pocket money to millions. But the discipline remained unchanged. What could be counted could be controlled. What could be measured could be managed. At the Hartford Public School, Pierpont showed an aptitude for mathematics that set him apart from his peers. Numbers arranged themselves in his mind with a natural order, revealing patterns that others struggled to perceive. His teachers noted his abilities, but also his reluctance to display them. When called upon, he would answer correctly but briefly, avoiding the attention that correct answers inevitably brought. "The boy has a gift," his mathematics instructor confided to Junius during a parent meeting in the school's austere classroom. The afternoon light slanting across wooden desks, scarred by generations of students. "But he holds himself apart. Does he speak more at home?" "My son," Junius replied with measured pride, "speaks when he has something worth saying." By 1851, approaching 14, J.P. had advanced to the Episcopal Academy, where his mathematical focus intensified. The academy, with its emphasis on classical education and moral formation, suited the Morgan temperament. Here, young men were taught not merely subjects but character, the invisible foundation upon which the visible structures of success would later rest. Hartford itself served as a practical classroom for the developing financier. The city hummed with the early machinery of American capitalism, insurance companies calculating risk, banks evaluating credit, merchants tracking shipments from distant ports. The young Morgan absorbed these rhythms, understanding implicitly that behind the physical exchange of goods and services lay the more abstract but powerful flow of capital and trust. Trust, in particular, emerged as a preoccupation. In his father's study one evening, the gas lamps casting long shadows across the Persian carpet, 14-year-old Pierpont listened as Junius explained the essence of banking to a business associate. "A bank's true capital," Junius stated, swirling brandy in a crystal glass, "is not merely the money in its vaults, but the confidence men place in its promises. Without trust, the numbers in our ledgers are merely ink on paper." The visitor nodded, impressed by the clarity of the statement. Neither man particularly noticed the slender boy sitting quietly in the corner, a volume of Roman history open on his lap, absorbing a lesson more valuable than any formal schooling could provide. Young Morgan's education extended beyond Hartford's boundaries, through his father's connections to London. Junius maintained a lively correspondence with British bankers, and these letters, often read aloud at dinner, instilled in his son an admiration for British financial methods and manners. The Morgan household itself reflected this: Anglophilia, tea served at 4, dinner conversation governed by implicit rules of topic and tone, and a library stocked with English histories and novels alongside American works. This library became J.P.'s sanctuary. While other boys his age explored the physical world of the Connecticut riverbanks and Hartford's expanding streets, young Morgan explored worlds of knowledge. His early inclination toward collecting began here, not with financial instruments, but with books. He developed a connoisseur's eye for quality binding and illustrative plates, carefully noting publication dates and printer marks. What might have seemed merely a boy's hobby was, in fact, the formation of a collector's disciplined appreciation that would later extend to art, gems, and manuscripts. By 1848, as Hartford grew into its identity as an insurance center, 11-year-old Pierpont had begun accompanying his father to business settings, observing the mechanics of commerce firsthand. In one memorable instance, they visited the newly constructed Aetna building, its facade projecting stability and permanence. "Your grandfather helped build this," Junius told his son as they climbed the granite steps. Inside, actuarial tables and policy documents filled cabinets, each representing calculated risk and promised security. An older clerk, recognizing Junius, approached with a deferential nod. "Mr. Morgan, a pleasure. And is this young Master Morgan following in the family tradition, I presume?" Before Junius could answer, Pierpont spoke with unexpected clarity. "I am observing, sir." The clerk smiled at what seemed childish phrasing, but Junius recognized the precision in his son's statement. The boy was not playing at business or mimicking his elders. He was watching, recording, assessing. It was the methodical approach that would later characterize his business decisions: observation before action, understanding before commitment. The Morgan household operated with clockwork predictability that instilled in young Pierpont an appreciation for order and process. Breakfast at 7, prayers afterward, school until afternoon, studies until dinner, reading or music in the evening. Seasonal variations occurred: summer trips to cooler locales during Hartford's humid months, Christmas celebrations with extended family, but the underlying structure remained constant. This orderly existence was momentarily disrupted when, at age 12, Pierpont developed a mysterious illness that caused painful skin eruptions. Doctors were consulted. Treatments varied from herb poultices to cold baths. The physical discomfort was considerable, but perhaps more significant was the psychological impact. The boy developed a heightened sense of physical privacy that would persist throughout his life. "I don't wish to be looked at," he told his mother during one particularly difficult episode, turning his face to the wall of his bedroom. Juliet, applying a soothing compress to his forehead, responded with characteristic Morgan pragmatism tempered by maternal concern. Pain passes, Pierpont. Character remains. By 1850, as Hartford expanded with new manufacturing enterprises and rail connections improved its link to other financial centers, 13-year-old J.P. Morgan stood at the threshold of adolescence. Already displaying the traits that would define his adult persona: mathematical precision, aversion to publicity, appreciation for quality, and above all, an understanding that trust was the true foundation of financial power. His father, recognizing both his son's potential and the limitations of Hartford's educational offerings, began corresponding with European contacts about possibilities abroad. The Morgan name had sufficient weight now to open doors internationally, and Junius believed that a broader perspective would serve his son well in a financial world that increasingly transcended national boundaries. "The boy needs exposure to global thinking," Junius explained to Juliet one evening after the children had retired. "Hartford has given him roots, but his branches must reach farther." The gas lamps hissed softly in the silence that followed, the sound of American domestic technology that would soon be complemented by European refinement in young Morgan's developing worldview. On a crisp autumn day in 1850, Junius took his son for a walk along the Connecticut River. Merchant ships unloaded cargo from New York and Boston. Factory smoke traced gray lines against the clear sky. Hartford was prospering again after the long shadow of the 1837 panic, but both Morgans understood the cyclical nature of fortune. "Pierpont," Junius said, stopping to face his son directly, "do you know what distinguishes our family in business?" The boy considered carefully before answering. "We keep accurate records." Junius smiled slightly. "Yes, but more fundamental than that. We understand that wealth is not merely accumulated, it is managed. Money must work, it must build. A Morgan does not merely possess capital, he directs it toward purpose." As the setting sun cast long shadows across the river, Father and son continued their walk in companionable silence. The lessons had been imparted: discipline, discretion, direction. The foundations had been laid in Hartford's soil, a combination of Puritan work ethic, Episcopalian order, and the particular Morgan emphasis on character as capital. Young J.P. Morgan, not yet 14, already carried himself with the gravity of one who understood that true power lay not in display, but in control. Not in the visible transaction, but in the invisible confidence that made it possible. Behind him lay childhood in a prospering New England city. Before him stretched a future that would reshape American finance. But in that moment, walking alongside his father as dusk settled over Hartford, he was simply absorbing another lesson in the complex education of a banker's son, learning that twilight, like financial panic, eventually yields to a new dawn. The grandfather clock in the corridor of English High School chimed 3 as Pierpont Morgan worked through the final calculations. 16 other boys scratched furiously at their papers, but Morgan had already completed the examination with 15 minutes to spare. He checked his work once more. Compound interest tables reconstructed from memory, derivatives calculated to 3 decimal places, and laid down his pencil. Professor Sherwin gave a slight nod as Morgan approached the desk. "Finished already, Mr. Morgan?" "Yes, sir." Morgan handed over his examination papers with a confidence that bordered on indifference. "Very well." The mathematics master glanced at the work. "You may go." The streets of Boston in autumn greeted Morgan with a brisk wind carrying the scent of coal smoke and salt water. Gas lamps were beginning to be lit along Beacon Street as dusk approached, their soft glow punctuating the gathering darkness. Morgan pulled his wool coat tighter and set off toward the harbor, not ready to return to his boarding house just yet. Boston in 1851 hummed with intellectual and commercial energy. Abolitionist speeches echoed from meeting halls. Clipper ships unloaded Chinese tea in silks at the wharves. And the steady rhythm of progress, mechanical, social, and financial, propelled the city forward. For young Morgan, barely 14, the city was both classroom and proving ground. At the harbor, he watched stevedores unload a merchant vessel fresh from Cuba. Morgan observed their movements, listened to the shipping agent call out figures, and mentally calculated the cargo's approximate value. The exercise was second nature to him now, translating the physical world into columns of numbers, seeing opportunity where others saw only routine. "You have a head for figures, young man," his father, Junior Spencer Morgan, had told him, "but numbers without purpose are merely arithmetic. Numbers with purpose, that's finance." 4 years later, Morgan stood at the railing of a steamer bound for Europe, the skyline of Boston disappearing into the mist behind him. At 18, he was being sent to the University of Göttingen in Germany, not a common destination for American boys, but Junius Morgan had never been conventional in his ambitions for his only son. The Atlantic crossing gave Morgan time to study his German grammar and prepare for immersion in a foreign culture. He kept largely to himself, already cultivating the reserved demeanor that would become his trademark. While other young travelers gathered in the ship's saloon for cards and conversation, Morgan could often be found alone with his books or watching the ocean with calculating eyes. Göttingen in 1854 was a revelation. The medieval university town, with its half-timbered houses and cobblestone streets, seemed to exist in a different century from Boston's mercantile modernity. Yet the mathematics taught here was more rigorous, more theoretical, and more demanding than anything Morgan had encountered in America. Herr Morgan, Professor Heinrich Weber, called in his first advanced calculus seminar. "Please demonstrate the solution." Morgan approached the board and, with methodical precision, worked through the problem. His German was still stiff and formal, but his mathematical reasoning was flawless. When he finished, Professor Weber gave a small nod, the highest form of approval in the German academic tradition. It was not only mathematics that captured Morgan's imagination in Göttingen. He found himself drawn to art history lectures, where the evolution of civilization was mapped through its creative expressions. He spent hours in the university's galleries, studying how light fell across painted landscapes, how sculptors captured human emotion in marble. Most unusual for a banking apprentice, no? Dr. Carl Schurz remarked one afternoon, finding Morgan lingering before a Renaissance portrait. Dr. Schurz, Morgan acknowledged with a slight bow. The political economist had taken an interest in the serious American student. I find it clarifies my thinking. Art and finance seem quite distant cousins, Schurz observed. Not to me, sir. Both require seeing patterns others miss. Morgan's gaze remained on the painting. Both reward patience and discernment. Schurz smiled. You are learning to read more than ledgers, I see. Good. The greatest financiers understand states and markets, not merely numbers. During university holidays, Morgan traveled. Paris, Vienna, Florence. Each city offered lessons in culture, commerce, and human nature. He moved with growing confidence through Europe's capitals, adding French to his German, building a network of acquaintances who would later become valuable connections. He observed how different countries approached credit, how politics shaped markets, how social hierarchies influenced commerce. In a letter to his father, he wrote, I am beginning to understand that finance is not merely the movement of capital, but the architecture of trust. The Europeans build financial relationships across generations, not merely quarters. By 1857, Morgan had completed his European education and secured an apprenticeship at George Peabody and Company in London, the premier American merchant bank in Europe. The firm occupied an elegant building near the Bank of England, where mahogany desks gleamed under gaslight and the muted conversations of bankers conducted the invisible business of moving millions across oceans. Morgan, George Peabody himself, said on his first day, Your father speaks highly of your mathematical abilities. We shall put them to the test. Morgan was assigned to the arbitrage desk, where gold prices between London, Paris, and New York were monitored hourly. The differences were often tiny, fractions of a percent, but when multiplied by the sums involved, they represented significant profit opportunities for those quick enough to calculate and decisive enough to act. 3 decimal places, Morgan, the senior clerk instructed. Never round until the final calculation. Morgan nodded. Precision was not merely a mathematical virtue, but a moral one. A banker's reputation rested on exactitude. The training was rigorous. Morgan worked 14-hour days, 7 days a week, absorbing the rhythms and unwritten rules of international finance. He learned how to read the shipping news for market-moving information, how to evaluate counterparty risk across borders, how to structure a transaction so all parties maintained their dignity even in distress. In the evenings, rather than joining the other young bankers at taverns, Morgan often visited factories and warehouses throughout London. He inspected machinery, questioned foremen about production methods, and developed the habit of direct observation that would later become his signature approach to investment. You cannot understand a business from its balance sheet alone, he wrote to his father. You must see how the work is done, hear the machines, watch the workers. Numbers are shadows, the business itself is the substance. In October 1857, Morgan's opportunity arrived unexpectedly. News reached London of financial panic in New York. The failure of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company had triggered a cascade of bank failures and credit contraction. American securities plummeted on the London Exchange. While others retreated, Morgan saw opportunity in the chaos. He had been temporarily assigned to Duncan, Sherman and Company in New York, a correspondent bank to Peabody, when he learned of a stranded cargo of Brazilian coffee sitting on the docks. The owner was desperate for liquidity as banks were refusing credit. Morgan inspected the coffee personally, climbing through the warehouse and examining the beans. Within an hour, he had calculated the market value, subtracted the distress discount, and determined a price that would yield a substantial profit if he could move the cargo quickly. Without consulting his superiors, there was no time he approached the seller. I can offer 60% of market value, cash, today, Morgan said, his expression betraying no emotion despite his racing pulse. It was his first independent transaction. The seller hesitated. 70. 62.5, Morgan countered. I have the draft ready to sign. The deal was concluded within minutes. Morgan then immediately contacted 3 wholesalers he had previously identified, negotiating a sale at 85% of market value with 48-hour delivery terms. When the transaction was complete, Morgan had cleared nearly $5,000 in profit, a considerable sum for a 20-year-old apprentice. More importantly, he had created liquidity where there was none, transforming distress into opportunity through sheer mathematical confidence and decisive action. His telegram to his father was characteristically terse: purchased and sold coffee cargo. Profit $4,873, details by letter. Junius Morgan's initial response was thunderous. "You risked our name without authorization," he wrote. "This recklessness cannot stand." But as the details of the transaction became clear, the careful inspection, the precise calculations, the swift execution, and the handsome profit, the elder Morgan's anger gave way to grudging respect. "You acted with excessive independence," Junius acknowledged in a subsequent letter, "but your arithmetic was sound and your nerve commendable. Remember that our reputation is worth more than any single profit." That said, well done. The coffee coup, as Morgan later called it, taught him a lesson that would inform his entire career. Swift arithmetic combined with nerve could create liquidity in moments of market paralysis. Value could be extracted not just from growth, but from disorder if one had the courage and precision to act while others hesitated. As 1857 drew to a close, Morgan had completed his European education and taken his first independent steps in finance. He had learned mathematics in Boston, culture in Göttingen, and banking craft in London. He had built a network spanning 3 countries, developed a habit of direct inspection, and demonstrated an ability to act decisively when opportunities aligned with his calculations. In his private journal, kept in a precise hand with entries rarely exceeding a few lines, Morgan wrote on New Year's Eve, "Education complete. Real work begins. Mathematical certainty before action. Trust only what I verify personally. Art informs judgment. Character determines credit. These principles will serve." The 20-year-old Morgan could not know the empire these principles would eventually build. He knew only that numbers, properly understood, revealed the architecture of opportunity and that he had uncommon skill in reading them. As gas lamps illuminated London's banking district and steam-driven presses printed the financial news that would shape tomorrow's markets, Morgan sat alone in his modest lodgings. Reviewing his accounts with the same precision he had shown in Professor Sherwin's mathematics class 6 years earlier, the ledger balanced to the penny, Morgan closed the book and allowed himself a rare, slight smile of satisfaction. The foundation was laid. London fog pressed against the windows of George Peabody and Company, the moisture beading like mercury on the glass panes. Inside, oil lamps cast a warm glow over leather-bound ledgers and polished mahogany. J. Pierpont Morgan, 21 years old, but already possessing the gravity of a man twice his age, stood by the desk reviewing a cable from New York concerning Illinois Central Railroad bonds. "The European appetite remains strong, Mr. Morgan," observed Henry Davies, a senior clerk. "British widows and Scottish pensioners continue to place remarkable faith in American railroads." Morgan nodded, his eyes not leaving the document. "They trust what they cannot see because we provide certainty where there is none." His voice was soft, but carried the weight of conviction. "The Atlantic separates their capital from our enterprise. We bridge that void with trust." The year was 1858, and Morgan had been in London for 6 months as Peabody's agent. The Crystal Palace, that magnificent monument to British industrial supremacy, still loomed in the city's imagination, even though the Great Exhibition had ended years before. Outside, the Thames River carried the stench of what newspapers had dubbed the Great Stink, a crisis of sewage and sanitation that had forced Parliament to adjourn earlier that summer. None of this distracted Morgan from the numbers before him. In the muffled sanctuary of the merchant bank, he had learned to translate American ambition into terms that resonated with European caution. Railroad bonds, municipal improvements, mining ventures, all required the lubrication of capital that flowed from the old world to the new. Mr. Peabody expects you at 7, Davies reminded him. Morgan checked his pocket watch. I'll be there. That evening, in Peabody's private study, surrounded by first editions and maps of American territories, Morgan received the news that would alter his trajectory. I'm sending you back to New York, Peabody said, swirling brandy in a crystal snifter. The older man's face was illuminated by firelight, his features sharpened by shadows. You've proven yourself here. Now I need someone who understands both sides, European capital and American opportunity. Morgan remained still, only his eyes revealing a momentary flash of calculation. When? After the new year. You'll establish a correspondent relationship, operating under your own name but connected to our house. J. Pierpont Morgan and Company, Morgan said, tasting the words. Indeed, Peabody studied him. You have qualities that will serve you well: discretion, precision, the ability to judge character. Remember, in our business, a man's word must be unimpeachable. Morgan nodded. And his figures are accurate. Precisely. Peabody's smile did not reach his eyes. There's unrest brewing in America. Sectional tensions, it would be prudent to prepare for, uncertainty. War, Morgan said flatly. Perhaps. And with uncertainty comes opportunity for those with steady nerves and liquid capital. New York City, in 1860, assaulted the senses after London's ordered opulence. Horse manure carpeted the cobblestone streets. Coal smoke hung in the air. The buildings along Wall Street created a narrow canyon where men in frock coats and top hats hurried with purpose, shouting to be heard above the din of commerce. Morgan's offices were Spartan, a desk, a clerk, and double-entry ledgers that recorded the flow of capital across the Atlantic. He kept his own counsel, preferring brief meetings where decisions were made quickly and executed precisely. This efficiency earned him respect, even as his reticence created an aura of mystery. Railroad bonds underwritten for placement with institutional investors in Edinburgh, he dictated to his clerk one March morning in 1861. Draft the cable immediately. The clerk paused, pen hovering. Sir, have you seen the morning papers? Fort Sumter. I have, Morgan cut him off. Cable London as well. The situation may create volatility in sovereign debt. The opening shots of the Civil War had been fired, and Wall Street pulsed with speculation. Morgan, however, moved methodically. While others saw chaos, he recognized patterns. The Union would need supplies, uniforms, weapons, transportation, food. This meant contracts, and contracts required financing. In his sparse quarters above the office, Morgan reviewed correspondence by lamplight. A letter from Simon Stevens, a broker with government connections, outlined an opportunity: 5,000 Hall carbine rifles, purchased from the Army for $3.50 each, could be refurbished and sold back to the desperate Union forces for $22 apiece. The mathematics was simple: invest $17,500, return $110,000. The rifles were defective but repairable. The transaction was legal, the profit substantial, the risk minimal. Morgan's hand did not hesitate as he penned his response. Proceed. I cannot believe you allowed your name to be associated with this venture, said Anthony Drexel, visiting from Philadelphia, his voice low as they dined at Delmonico's in October 1861. The papers are beginning to notice. The transaction was entirely legal, Morgan replied, cutting his steak with surgical precision. Legal isn't always wise, Pierpont. The appearance matters as much as the reality. Around them, other diners spoke in hushed tones about Bull Run, about Lincoln's generals, about the war's uncertain progress. Morgan's eyes remained on his plate. I've learned something valuable, he conceded finally. Speculative profits draw scrutiny. Fee-based services, underwriting, placement offer steadier returns with less attention. Drexel nodded. The Hall carbine affair will fade, but remember the lesson. The war profiteer whispers followed Morgan down Wall Street in the months that followed. He neither acknowledged them nor disputed them. Instead, he cultivated relationships with Treasury officials, understanding that government finance would be the backbone of wartime banking. In his office, he developed a system. Meetings rarely exceeded 15 minutes. He demanded audited figures, an unusual practice when most businesses operated on handshakes and reputation. He judged borrowers by looking into their eyes as much as examining their collateral. "I don't need to see more projections," he told a nervous railroad executive seeking financing in 1862. "I've reviewed your operations. I've seen your books. Now I need to understand you." "Me, Mr. Morgan?" "Yes. The numbers tell me what you've done. Your character tells me what you will do." The telegraph cable hummed with encrypted messages between New York and London. Morgan had mastered the art of arbitrage, not just of prices, but of information itself. European investors, hungry for yield but wary of American instability, relied on trusted intermediaries. Morgan cultivated this trust like a rare orchid, understanding its fragility and value. "The cable fees alone would bankrupt a lesser operation," observed his clerk, tallying the monthly expenses. "Information that arrives first commands a premium," Morgan replied. "Time is more valuable than gold." By 1863, his operation had expanded. 3 clerks managed correspondence. A private secretary screened visitors. Morgan had established a ritual: rise at dawn, review European cables, meet borrowers until noon, place bonds until 3, correspond until dinner, read financial statements until sleep. When draft riots erupted in New York that July, with mobs burning the colored orphan asylum and threatening to engulf the financial district, Morgan remained at his desk, reviewing a prospectus for Union bonds while smoke clouded the sky outside. "Perhaps we should close early, sir," his secretary suggested, nervously watching from the window as a detachment of soldiers marched past. "No," Morgan said simply. "Markets function on certainty. We provide certainty." In December 1863, Morgan received a visitor from Washington, Salmon P. Chase, Secretary of the Treasury, accompanied by J. Cook, the Philadelphia banker who had revolutionized the sale of war bonds. The meeting took place in Morgan's private study, away from the curious eyes of Wall Street. Chase, tall and imposing with his distinctive beard, seemed worn by the burdens of financing the Union's war effort. "Mr. Morgan," Chase began without preamble, "we face a continuing challenge. The government requires steady financing beyond what domestic markets can provide." Morgan nodded, offering nothing. "Jay has established a remarkable network for placing government bonds with the American public," Chase continued. "But European capital remains essential for our longer-term notes." "European investors require certainty," Morgan said. "They worry about repayment in gold rather than greenbacks. They question the Union's resolve." "And you can assure them on these matters?" Cook asked. Morgan met his gaze. "I can present the facts as they exist. I can structure terms that acknowledge the risks. I can place the bonds with institutions that understand sovereign debt." "At what commission?" Chase asked bluntly. 3%, Morgan replied without hesitation, with a guarantee of European placement. The men negotiated for another hour, reaching terms that satisfied all parties. As they prepared to leave, Chase lingered. "You've developed quite a reputation, Mr. Morgan," he observed. "Some call you a profiteer." "I provide a service," Morgan replied. "The market determines its value." Chase nodded slowly. "The Union will remember those who stood with it during this trial and those who merely extracted advantage." After they departed, Morgan stood at his window, watching snow begin to fall on Wall Street. The war had taught him valuable lessons. Reputation was a currency all its own. Relationships with government officials opened doors. Fee-based services provided steadier returns than speculation. But most importantly, he had learned that in America, unlike Europe, wealth without perceived legitimacy invited political retribution. By early 1864, Morgan had refined his approach. His correspondence with London and Paris flowed daily. His network of railroad executives, treasury officials, and industrial suppliers expanded. He understood what few others grasped, that America after the war would be transformed. Industry would replace agriculture as the economic engine. National markets would supplant regional ones. Banking would evolve from localized lending to industrial finance. "You don't attend social functions," observed a colleague during a rare dinner. "You don't give interviews to newspapers. You're becoming something of an enigma, Pierpont." Morgan sipped his claret, considering. Performance speaks, words distract. The public is curious about powerful men. "Let them remain curious," Morgan said. "I'm not in the business of public opinion." In his private thoughts, Morgan was already looking beyond the war. He had observed the power of coordinated capital during the conflict. He had seen how industrial organization could transform production. He had witnessed the effectiveness of standardization and central control. "The future belongs to those who understand scale," he told Anthony Drexel during a visit to Philadelphia. "Individual enterprises competing wastefully against each other will give way to coordinated systems." "You're describing something that doesn't yet exist," Drexel noted. "Precisely." Morgan's rare smile appeared briefly. "We will help build it." As 1864 progressed, Morgan continued strengthening his position. He placed bonds for municipalities rebuilding infrastructure. He financed manufacturers converting from wartime to civilian production. He established connections with banks in Chicago, Boston, and Philadelphia. In his ledgers, a pattern emerged: fewer speculative positions, more fee-based services; less direct ownership, more financial influence; shorter meetings, longer correspondence. His reputation solidified. Morgan delivered what he promised, expected what was agreed upon, and remembered both loyalty and betrayal with perfect clarity. On a December evening, with snow falling outside his window, Morgan wrote in his private journal, "The war has been a crucible. From it emerges a new nation, industrial, unified, ambitious. I have learned much, that character matters more than collateral, that information properly applied is power, that privacy protects both fortune and purpose. The foundation is laid. The real work begins." He closed the leather-bound book and extinguished the lamp, leaving only moonlight reflecting on the snow outside. In the silent room, J. Pierpont Morgan, not yet the titan he would become, but no longer merely a young banker, contemplated the invisible architecture of finance that he was beginning to master, an architecture that would soon reshape America itself. The vapor from the steam yacht's funnel rose like a ghostly ribbon against the Manhattan skyline, dissolving into the gray April afternoon. J. Pierpont Morgan stood on the teak deck of the Corsair, his substantial frame silhouetted against the Hudson River's choppy waters. He drew deeply on his cigar, the ember glowing briefly before fading, much like his recent fortunes. The vessel, his floating sanctuary, pitched gently beneath his feet as he contemplated the decisions that had brought him to this crossroads. The previous year's speculation in gold had cost him dearly. Nearly $50,000 vanished when Congress passed the Gold Act, effectively ending his brief flirtation with margin trading. The loss stung not merely for its magnitude, but for what it represented: a fundamental miscalculation, a deviation from the careful, methodical approach that had guided his banking career thus far. "Mr. Morgan," called a voice from behind, "Mr. Drexel's launch is approaching." Morgan nodded without turning. Anthony Drexel, the Philadelphia banker whose reputation for steady, prudent financial dealings had only grown during the chaos following the war. Their meeting today was no casual social call. For Morgan, it represented something far more significant: a recognition that his path forward required allies, networks, connections that extended beyond his own considerable talents. As Drexel's boat pulled alongside, Morgan straightened his posture, adjusted his silk cravat, and prepared to greet the man who might well hold the key to his future. "Pierpont," Drexel said warmly as he stepped aboard, his handshake firm despite his slighter build. "A magnificent vessel. She suits you." "She serves her purpose," Morgan replied. "Privacy on the water, no curious ears at the next table." The two men retreated to the yacht's wood-paneled cabin, where a steward had arranged brandy and cigars. Through the windows, New York Harbor teemed with commerce ferries shuttling between Manhattan and Brooklyn, merchant ships laden with goods, the arteries of American capitalism pumping steadily despite the lingering disruptions of war and Reconstruction. "I've considered your proposal," Morgan said, dispensing with preliminaries. "A partnership between our houses, Drexel, Morgan and Company." Drexel nodded, waiting. He knew Morgan well enough to recognize when the man was still formulating his thoughts. "I've operated as something of a lone wolf, Anthony. Dabney Morgan has been successful but limited. The railroads need capital on a scale no single house can provide. Governments, too. The fragmentation of American banking is its weakness," Drexel agreed, sipping his brandy. "European houses understand what we're only beginning to learn. Syndication is the future." Morgan rose and moved to the window, staring at the city skyline. New York had swelled beyond 1 million souls, its streets a cacophony of horse cars, peddlers, immigrants, and opportunity seekers. Wall Street remained a jungle of competing interests. Bucket shops alongside serious institutions, fortunes made and lost on rumors and manipulation. "What happened with gold last year," Morgan said, his voice dropping, "convinced me of something my father has always insisted upon. Speculation is a fool's game. The profits in our business lie in fees, in underwriting, in building relationships that endure beyond a single transaction." "Precisely why I sought you out," Drexel replied. "Your European connections through your father, combined with our American distribution network, we could dominate underwriting on both continents." Morgan turned back, his gaze intense beneath his prominent brow. "I understand I would not be the senior partner in this arrangement." The statement hung in the air, a recognition of what this alliance would require of him, a subordination of ego that the younger Morgan might have found intolerable. Drexel said nothing, allowing the moment its proper weight. "I find that acceptable," Morgan continued finally. "Networks matter more than position. I've learned that lesson well." The two men shook hands, sealing an alliance that would reshape American finance. As Drexel departed, Morgan remained in the cabin, contemplating the horizon. The war years had taught him the mechanics of underwriting government bonds. Now he would apply that knowledge on an industrial scale. 6 months later, Morgan sat at his desk in the offices of Dabney Morgan and Company, reviewing correspondence with methodical precision. The firm still operated under this name, though its integration with Drexel's operation was proceeding apace. Before him lay telegrams from London, his father Junius reporting on European appetite for American securities, particularly railroad bonds. Charles Dabney entered, carrying a leather portfolio. "The prospectus for the French bonds," Dabney said, laying the documents before Morgan. $2 million in gold, as discussed with the Treasury Department. Morgan nodded, examining the papers. The French government, struggling with the costs of war with Prussia, needed gold. American investors sought safety and yield. Between them stood Morgan and Drexel, prepared to facilitate the transaction for a fee of approximately 10%, some $200,000 for the syndicate. "Have you reviewed the investor list?" Morgan asked. "Thoroughly. 300 names, all pre-qualified. No speculation, no margin buyers. Solid merchants, insurance companies, trust funds." Morgan nodded approvingly. This was the new model treating underwriting as a manufacturing process. Careful selection of buyers, precise pricing, thorough documentation, and ongoing support after issuance. It was banking as a science rather than an art, and it suited Morgan's mathematical mind perfectly. "And Treasury?" Morgan asked. "Unofficially supportive," Dabney replied. "They see the benefit of maintaining French financial stability while bringing European gold to America. Our discount is fair. Our distribution plan is sound." Morgan rose from his desk and moved to the window. Outside, Wall Street bustled under a blanket of early winter snow. The same streets where, not long before, gold speculators like Jay Gould and Jim Fisk had orchestrated their ruinous corner attempt, the infamous Black Friday that had caught so many in its jaws. "We'll never be caught in that kind of trap again, Charles," Morgan said, almost to himself. "No margin, no speculation. We align our interests with clients through fees that purchase control and information rights. It's cleaner, more sustainable. Dabney nodded. He'd witnessed Morgan's evolution firsthand, from the ambitious young banker testing various approaches to the increasingly deliberate strategist now before him. The French bond offering will be our largest yet, Dabney observed. The first of many, Morgan replied. Governments and railroads, Charles. That's where the future lies. Entities with recurring capital needs, entities too large for any single bank to serve alone. Spring 1871 found Morgan aboard the Corsair once more, this time hosting a different sort of meeting. Representatives from 3 major railroad companies sat around the polished table in the main cabin, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of oil lamps. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the windows, providing a soothing backdrop to what had been, thus far, a tense discussion. "Gentlemen," Morgan said, his voice cutting through the murmur of conversation. "We spent 2 hours reviewing the same facts from different angles. The situation remains unchanged. Your roads are competing ruinously on certain routes while neglecting others entirely. You're duplicating expenses that could be shared. And most critically, you're presenting European investors with a confusing, unstable picture that makes capital increasingly difficult to raise." The railroad men shifted uncomfortably. Each represented companies that had emerged from the war years with expanded routes but chaotic finances. Each needed fresh capital to consolidate gains and modernize equipment. "What exactly are you proposing, Morgan?" asked William H. Vanderbilt of the New York Central. "Coordination," Morgan replied simply. "Not a combination that would raise legal questions, but a gentleman's agreement regarding rates, territories, and capital expenditures. My firm, in partnership with Drexel, would then be positioned to place your next bond issues with our European network at favorable terms." "And your fee?" asked Thomas Scott of the Pennsylvania Railroad. 3%, Morgan answered without hesitation. "Plus ongoing representation on your boards to ensure the agreements are maintained." The railroad men exchanged glances. Morgan's proposal represented a new model of banking, not merely raising capital, but imposing discipline on the recipients, creating structures that protected investors while generating recurring fees for the bankers who maintained the system. "You're asking us to surrender a degree of autonomy," observed Vanderbilt. "I'm offering you stable access to capital markets," Morgan countered, "in exchange for reasonable constraints that ultimately benefit all parties." As the meeting adjourned and the railroad executives departed, Morgan remained in the cabin with his associate, George Baker. The rain had intensified, drumming steadily against the yacht's hull. "Do you think they'll agree?" Baker asked, gathering papers into his valise. Morgan nodded slowly. "They'll agree because they need capital more than they need autonomy, and because they know our network can deliver what no other American house can, reliable placement of large issues with investors who understand the long game." "The Drexel connection has transformed our capabilities," Baker observed. "As I knew it would," Morgan replied. "My father taught me early that banking is fundamentally about relationships, who you know, who trusts you, who will follow your lead. The lone operator can succeed only to a point. Beyond that, networks determine everything." Later that week, Morgan sat in his library, reviewing ledgers by lamplight. The house on Fifth Avenue was quiet save for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. He had acquired a taste for solitude in these evening hours, time to reflect on the day's business and plan the next strategic move. The transition from Dabney Morgan to the new Drexel Morgan partnership was nearing completion. The French bond offering had succeeded brilliantly, confirming the efficacy of their methodical approach to distribution. The railroad negotiations were progressing favorably, and most importantly, the foundation was being laid for a banking model that emphasized discipline, recurring relationships, and fees based on expertise rather than speculation. Morgan closed the ledger and leaned back in his chair. He had accumulated his first $100,000 through underwriting fees during and after the war, 3 to 5% on each transaction, compounded by his family's initial capital and connections. Now, with Drexel's distribution network added to his own European ties through his father, The potential seemed limitless. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. His butler entered, bearing a telegram on a silver tray. "From Philadelphia, sir, Mr. Drexel." Morgan opened the telegram and read its brief contents. The Vanderbilt interests had agreed to their proposal. The Pennsylvania Railroad would follow. A new era of coordinated railroad financing was beginning. He set the telegram aside and moved to the window. The city glittered below, gaslights marking the grid of streets that extended north from the dense warren of Lower Manhattan. Somewhere in that landscape, Jay Gould and his ilk still plotted their speculative schemes. But Morgan had chosen a different path, one built on structure rather than chance, on relationships rather than raids. The Gold Act of 1866 had cost him $50,000, but had provided a priceless education. The choice to subordinate himself to Drexel had opened doors that solo ambition could never have breached, and the decision to focus on underwriting rather than speculation had established a model that would shape American finance for decades to come. Morgan extinguished the lamp and prepared to retire. Tomorrow would bring new negotiations, new opportunities to apply the lessons he had absorbed in these pivotal years. The lone wolf had found his pack, and together they would hunt bigger game than either could have stalked alone. Outside, the city continued its restless commerce, unaware that in a quiet Fifth Avenue mansion, the architecture of modern American capitalism was being methodically assembled. One partnership, one principle, one strategic decision at a time. The autumn rain fell in thin, persistent sheets over Manhattan, turning gaslit Fifth Avenue into a glistening mirror that reflected the shadows of passing carriages. Inside the stone fortress of 23 Wall Street, J. Pierpont Morgan leaned back in his leather chair, studying a sheaf of papers through his pince-nez, his imposing presence filling the otherwise quiet office. "These figures don't add up, Lanier," he said, his voice a low rumble that required no volume to command attention. "Erie's locomotive count doesn't match what we're being told about their freight capacity." Charles Lanier, Morgan's associate in the railroad reorganization practice, nodded gravely. At 45, Morgan had developed an almost preternatural sensitivity to numerical discrepancies. The Panic of 1873 had left America's railroads in shambles, overbuilt, overleveraged, and in many cases outright plundered by speculators and corporate raiders. "I've dispatched Williams to Pittsburgh to count them himself," Lanier replied, adjusting his cuffs. "He'll telegraph the results tomorrow." Morgan nodded, satisfied. This was the Drexel-Morgan Way Trust, but verify. Since forming their partnership with Anthony Drexel in 1871, they had established themselves as something more than mere financial intermediaries. They were becoming doctors to ailing industrial enterprises, surgeons who cut away the rot and rebuilt what remained into something disciplined and profitable. "And what of our fee structure?" Morgan asked, eyes still on the papers. 2.5% of bondholder value, plus equity warrants at 20 cents on the dollar, Lanier said. "The bondholders will resist at first, but they'll come around when they realize the alternative is nothing." Morgan set the papers down, removing his glasses. They always do. Outside, the financial district was subdued, still reeling from the collapse that had begun when Jay Cook's Northern Pacific financing imploded in September 1873. What had started as a banking crisis had metastasized into a depression that gripped the entire nation. Unemployment had soared. Breadlines formed in every industrial city. Labor unrest simmered, occasionally boiling over into strikes that were met with Pinkerton detectives and federal troops. But where others saw only disaster, Morgan recognized opportunity not for speculation, but for fundamental reorganization. The following morning, Morgan's carriage arrived at the offices of Drexel, Morgan and Company, a handsome four-story building at the corner of Wall and Broad. Inside, the banking house operated with clockwork precision, a testament to the discipline Morgan demanded. Young clerks in high collars worked silently at their ledgers, calculating exchange rates, tracking shipments of gold, and managing the firm's growing European correspondence. Morgan had just settled at his desk when a telegram arrived from Philadelphia. Anthony Drexel, his senior partner, would be arriving on the afternoon train to discuss the Erie Railroad situation. Morgan allowed himself a small smile. Their partnership had proven more valuable than he could have imagined when he'd agreed to subordinate his own name in the firm's masthead back in 1871. Drexel's connections in Philadelphia and Europe, combined with Morgan's growing reputation for financial discipline, had transformed them into the dominant investment bank in America. While other houses scrambled for quick profits, Morgan focused on quality and reputation. Their access to European capital gave them leverage that purely domestic houses couldn't match. By midday, Morgan was deep in conversation with Thomas Egerton Hogg, a railroad executive whose lines in the Pacific Northwest were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. "Mr. Hogg," Morgan said, his mismatched eyes, one blue, one brown, fixed unwaveringly on the nervous man, "I won't entertain any proposal that doesn't include a thorough accounting of your rolling stock and a complete replacement of your current board." "But our shareholders," Hogg began. "Your shareholders would be fortunate to recover 10 cents on the dollar without our intervention," Morgan interrupted. "What we offer is rehabilitation, not charity. The choice is yours." This was the essence of what was becoming known in financial circles as Morganization. The banker would arrange new financing, but only after installing professional managers, securing board seats, and ensuring operational discipline. The fees were substantial, but so was the alternative: complete collapse. After Hogg's departure, Morgan sat alone, reviewing the firm's year-to-date revenue. The reorganization fees were approaching a cumulative $1 million since the Depression began, a fortune built not on speculation, but on the painstaking work of industrial reconstruction. Each reorganized railroad yielded both fees and equity warrants, laying the foundation for future wealth and influence. Anthony Drexel arrived precisely at 4 o'clock, a distinguished figure with silver hair and the quiet dignity that had made him Philadelphia's preeminent banker. The two men retired to Morgan's private office, where a fire warded off the autumn chill. "The European situation continues to deteriorate," Drexel said, accepting a glass of brandy. "Vienna hasn't recovered from last year's crash. London is nervous, but there's still an appetite for quality American securities, if they can be properly vouched for." Morgan nodded. "That's our advantage. We don't bring them garbage." "Precisely," Drexel agreed. "Which brings me to the matter of Edison. Have you considered his proposal?" Morgan's expression remained inscrutable, but his interest was piqued. Thomas Edison, the inventor working from his laboratory in Menlo Park, New Jersey, had approached them about financing his electric light experiments. Most bankers considered it fantasy gaslighting was firmly established, and Edison's promises of a practical incandescent bulb seemed far-fetched. "I'm considering a visit to Menlo Park," Morgan said. "If, and it remains significant if he can demonstrate a working prototype, it may be worth a modest investment." Drexel studied his partner thoughtfully. "It's quite different from railroads." "Perhaps," Morgan replied. "But railroads, telegraph, electricity, they're all networks, Anthony. Systems that connect and power other enterprises. If Edison succeeds, this could be the beginning of something significant." The following spring found Morgan in Paris, standing before a Rembrandt at a private gallery, his hands clasped behind his back as he studied the play of light and shadow across the canvas. His European trip served multiple purposes: maintaining relationships with the continent's financial houses, inspecting the operations of American companies seeking capital, and increasingly, indulging his growing passion for art and rare manuscripts. At his side stood Louis Cass Ledyard, his personal attorney, who had accompanied him to finalize several transactions. "The Rothschilds have agreed to participate in the next tranche of Pennsylvania Railroad bonds," Ledyard said quietly. "They were particularly impressed by the operational improvements since our reorganization." Morgan nodded, still studying the painting. "And the price they're asking for this Rembrandt?" 40,000 francs, Ledyard replied. The dealer suggested he might accept 35. "If it's genuine, I'll pay the 40, Morgan said decisively. "Quality commands its price. I've never regretted paying too much for something excellent, only too little for something mediocre." This philosophy extended beyond art into every aspect of his business. In railroads, he insisted on the best equipment, the most capable managers, the most thorough accounting. His growing collection of European art and rare books reflected the same principle, a connoisseur's eye that valued authenticity and excellence over bargains. Later that evening, in his suite at the Hotel de Crillon, Morgan reviewed the latest correspondence from New York. Charles Lanier had completed another successful reorganization, this time of a Midwestern line that had overextended itself. The fees and equity warrants would add substantially to the firm's growing fortune. More intriguing was a letter from Thomas Edison, inviting Morgan to a demonstration at Menlo Park in the autumn. Edison claimed to be making significant progress on the incandescent bulb problem that had frustrated so many inventors. Morgan set the letter aside, his mind turning over the possibilities. Gaslighting has transformed urban life in the past generation. What might electric light accomplish in the next? And beyond lighting, what other applications might electricity enable? The summer of 1879 found America slowly emerging from the Long Depression, though labor unrest continued to simmer. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 had been crushed by federal troops, but the underlying tensions, low wages, dangerous working conditions, the growing divide between capital and labor remained unresolved. Morgan, however, was focused on the future. On a warm October evening, his carriage rolled through the New Jersey countryside toward Menlo Park, where Thomas Edison had promised a demonstration that would change the world. The laboratory was a simple wooden structure, lit by oil lamps as Morgan arrived. Edison himself, disheveled and energetic at 32, greeted the banker with enthusiasm that bordered on mania. "Mr. Morgan, you honor us with your presence," Edison said, leading the way into the cluttered workshop. "Tonight you'll witness what my competitors have deemed impossible." Morgan said nothing, his expression inscrutable as he followed the inventor through the maze of equipment, glass tubes, and coils of wire. He had learned to reserve judgment until he had seen results. Promises were the currency of dreamers, but demonstration was the language of business. For the next hour, Edison explained his approach to the incandescent light problem, the carbonized bamboo filament, the improved vacuum in the glass bulb, and the system of distribution he envisioned. Then, with a theatrical flourish, he signaled to an assistant who engaged a generator. A soft hum filled the laboratory, and then, one by one, glass bulbs throughout the room began to glow with a steady, flameless light. Morgan watched in silence, his mind calculating not just the immediate implications but the cascading possibilities. This wasn't merely a replacement for gaslighting. It was the beginning of an entirely new industry, one that would require generators, distribution systems, wiring, fixtures, and countless other components. "Well, Mr. Morgan," Edison asked, barely containing his excitement, "what do you think?" Morgan's response was characteristically measured. "I think, Mr. Edison, that we should discuss terms. And I believe I would like to have this system installed in my home as soon as practically possible." It was more than a personal luxury. It was a statement of confidence. If Morgan himself embraced electric light, others would follow. His Madison Avenue mansion would become both a showcase for the technology and a signal to the market that J. Pierpont Morgan believed in Edison's vision. By Christmas of 1879, Morgan's mansion became the first private residence in New York with electric lighting. The installation, personally supervised by Edison, was the talk of Manhattan society. Visitors came specifically to witness the miracle of rooms illuminated without flame, smoke, or the risk of explosion that accompanied gas lighting. In his library, surrounded by the rare books and art pieces he had begun collecting in earnest, Morgan sat with Charles Lanier, discussing the broader implications of their investment in Edison Electric. "This goes beyond railroads," Morgan said, gesturing to the steadily glowing bulbs. "This is the foundation of an entirely new industrial layer. Central power stations, distribution networks, manufacturing of equipment." Lanier nodded, understanding immediately, "and will be positioned at the center of it all." "Precisely," Morgan replied. But it will require patience. Edison needs time to perfect his system, and we need to consolidate the various electrical patents into a coherent business. This was Morgan's vision, not merely financing individual ventures, but creating integrated systems where finance, operations, and technology reinforced one another. Edison Electric would eventually become the cornerstone of General Electric, extending the Morgan approach from railroads into the emerging electrical industry. As the year drew to a close, Morgan stood at his office window, looking out over Wall Street. The financial panic that had begun in 1873 was finally releasing its grip on the American economy. Through it all, Drexel, Morgan and Company had not merely survived, but thrived, emerging as the nation's preeminent investment bank. They had done so not through speculation or financial sleight of hand, but through a relentless focus on operational discipline, thorough due diligence, and the willingness to take equity positions alongside their financing. The $1 million in reorganization fees they had accumulated was just the beginning. The equity warrants and board seats they had secured would yield influence and wealth for decades to come. Morgan's reputation had evolved alongside the firm. His word now carried weight few others could match. A Morgan handshake could move markets. A Morgan frown could sink a proposal. He was becoming not merely a banker, but an institution, quiet but formidable, private yet irresistibly influential. As darkness fell, the electric lights of his office cast a steady glow across his desk, illuminating the ledgers and reorganization plans that represented not just the past but the future. A future increasingly shaped by the careful, methodical hand of J. Pierpont Morgan. The yacht cut through the waters of the Hudson River like a satin blade, its gleaming wooden hull reflecting the late afternoon sun. The Corsair was no ordinary vessel. At 25 feet, with 3 masts and a steam engine that could propel it at 14 knots. It was an extension of its owner's power, a floating fortress of mahogany and brass where deals were made and empires formed. J. Pierpont Morgan stood on the deck, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his eyes narrowed against the breeze. At 48, he cut an imposing figure, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, with a thick walrus moustache that partially concealed his most troublesome feature. A bulbous, purplish nose, the result of a skin condition called rhinophyma that he despised having mentioned. His intense gaze swept across the water to the Manhattan skyline, where new buildings reached skyward, monuments to the industrial age he was helping to shape. "They've arrived, sir," his secretary announced quietly. Morgan merely nodded, flicking ash from his cigar into the water. "Show them to the main cabin, offer refreshments, but nothing substantial. I want their minds clear." Below deck, in a cabin paneled with rich cherrywood and appointed with leather chairs, Morgan would soon host the presidents of 2 mighty railroad companies, the New York Central and the Pennsylvania Railroad, rivals whose cutthroat competition threatened to destabilize the entire transportation network of the eastern United States. Their rate wars had slashed freight prices below sustainable levels. Their parallel tracks duplicated service unnecessarily. Their mutual sabotage eroded investor confidence. This wasteful competition will end today. Morgan descended to the cabin, his footsteps deliberate on the stairs. He entered the room without fanfare, acknowledging the 2 railroad men with the slightest inclination of his head. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice deep and resonant in the confined space, "you know why we're here." William Henry Vanderbilt of the New York Central shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I'm not sure I appreciate being summoned like this, Morgan." George Roberts of the Pennsylvania Railroad remained silent, his face a careful mask of neutrality. Morgan did not sit. Instead, he moved to the window, looking out at the water for a long moment before turning back to face them. "The state of affairs between your companies is unsustainable," he said simply. "You're destroying value, not just your own, but that of every investor who's placed their trust in American railroads." He paused. "This ends today." "Are you dictating terms to us?" Vanderbilt bristled. Morgan's gaze locked onto him with such intensity that Vanderbilt actually leaned back in his chair. "I'm offering a way forward," Morgan replied. The alternative is mutual destruction. Your choice, gentlemen." What the railroad executors didn't yet understand was that they weren't leaving the yacht until an agreement was reached. The Corsair had become, in effect, a floating negotiation chamber from which there would be no escape without resolution. As darkness fell over the Hudson, the negotiations intensified. Maps were spread across tables, financial statements were scrutinized, territories were debated. "This is highway robbery," Vanderbilt exclaimed at one point, pounding his fist on the table. Morgan simply stared at him, saying nothing. The silence stretched uncomfortably until Roberts cleared his throat. "Perhaps we could consider a joint committee to establish reasonable rates," Roberts suggested. Morgan nodded slightly. A start, but not enough. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. When one of the men asked about returning to shore, Morgan's steward politely informed them that the captain had already retired for the night. The message was clear: no one was leaving. By dawn, haggard but resigned, the railroad presidents had agreed to Morgan's framework, an end to destructive competition. The establishment of pools to share traffic and maintain price stability, and, crucially, seats on each other's boards to ensure compliance. As they signed the Memorandum of Understanding, Morgan finally allowed himself a small smile. "Gentlemen, you've made a wise decision, not just for yourselves, but for the entire financial system." This summit aboard the Corsair in 1885 represented more than just a truce between competing railroads. It was the crystallization of a model that would come to be known as Morganization, a process by which the banker and his associates would reorganize entire industries, eliminating wasteful duplication, installing professional management, and extracting fees and board seats for their trouble. Back at his office at 23 Wall Street, known simply as the Corner, Morgan reviewed the terms of the railroad agreement with his partners. The modest four-story building belied its importance. From this unassuming headquarters, Morgan directed financial operations that influenced markets across the globe. "The syndicate can place the new securities within 3 weeks," said Charles Coster, one of Morgan's most trusted partners. "European interest is strong." Morgan nodded. The ability to quickly place tens of millions of dollars in securities was a cornerstone of his growing power. With a lean operation, just a dozen partners, and fewer than 50 total employees, the firm maintained extraordinary profit margins, often approaching 80% on major transactions. "And our board representation?" Morgan asked. "Secured," another partner confirmed. "We'll have insight into both operations going forward." This was perhaps the most valuable aspect of the arrangement. By placing partners on multiple corporate boards, Morgan was creating an unparalleled information network. When a company needed financing or faced trouble, Morgan often knew before the market, sometimes before the company's own management fully grasped the situation. "Drexel has confirmed participation," added Egisto Fabri, who handled much of the firm's European correspondence. "The Rothschilds are prepared to take their portion as well." Morgan nodded, satisfied. The cross-Atlantic liquidity he could access through his relationships with the House of Rothschild, Drexel, in Philadelphia, and his father's firm in London gave him capabilities no competitor could match. "What about the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy situation?" Morgan asked, changing the subject. A younger partner opened a folder. "They've approached us about a restructuring. The management is solid, but they've overextended on their western routes." Morgan considered this briefly. "Operational logic?" "The routes make sense," the partner replied. "It's a financing problem, not a business problem." "Then we can proceed," Morgan said. "If it were merely financial engineering without industrial rationale, I wouldn't touch it." This was a key element of Morgan's approach. Unlike many financiers who chased any deal that promised a profit, he insisted on what he called sound principles. Investments had to strengthen the industrial base, not just create paper profits. He had developed a rigid set of filters for the deals he would consider, rejecting outright any proposal that seemed to be mere financial manipulation without improving operational efficiency. Later that evening, Morgan sat in the library of his Madison Avenue home, surrounded by early volumes from his growing art collection. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting shifting shadows across the room. The house was quiet. His wife Fanny had already retired for the evening. He opened a letter from his father, Junius Spencer Morgan, who still ran the London operation of J.S. Morgan and Company. The elder Morgan, now in his 70s, remained sharp and insightful. His connections to European capital markets were invaluable, particularly as American industry's appetite for financing continued to grow. Father confirms the Barings are nervous about American railroads, Morgan murmured to himself, reading the letter. We'll need to reassure them that our reorganizations are creating stability. Trust was the essential currency of Morgan's business. In an era before extensive financial regulations, before complex collateral arrangements became standard, character and personal reputation served as the primary security for massive transactions. Morgan famously said, "A man I do not trust could not get money from me on all the bonds in Christendom." He applied this standard both to himself and to those seeking his backing. His word, once given, was inviolable. He expected the same from others, and those who failed this test never received a second chance. Morgan set the letter aside and picked up a report on Thomas Edison's electric lighting experiments. Since their first meeting in 1878, Morgan had provided capital for Edison's work, recognizing that electricity would transform American industry. It was another example of his instinct for backing technological innovation that had practical applications. A knock at the library door interrupted his reading. "Enter," he called. His private secretary appeared. "Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Morgan. A telegram has arrived from Mr. Satterley regarding the international mercantile marine negotiations." Morgan held out his hand for the message, reading it quickly. "Send a reply. Tell him to proceed as discussed, but no further commitments until I review the final terms." After the secretary departed, Morgan returned to his armchair, contemplating the shipping consolidation that was taking shape. Like his railroad reorganizations, it aimed to bring order to a chaotic industry plagued by cutthroat competition. The pattern was becoming clear. Identify sectors suffering from wasteful duplication, force cooperation, install professional management, and create stability that benefited long-term investors rather than speculators. The next morning at the corner, Morgan arrived precisely at 10 o'clock, as was his invariable custom. The partners were already assembled in the main office, each at their respective desks. Unlike the ostentatious banking palaces being built by others, Morgan's office was notable for its austerity, functional furnishings, adequate but not luxurious. What the office lacked in opulence, it made up for in intensity of purpose. The moment Morgan entered, the energy in the room shifted perceptibly. Partners straightened at their desks, conversations hushed. His presence commanded attention without him saying a word. "The steel situation," he said without preamble, addressing Costa. "Where do we stand?" "Carnegie is expanding again," Costa replied, "building another blast furnace at Homestead." Morgan frowned slightly. Andrew Carnegie's aggressive expansion in steel manufacturing had created significant overcapacity in the industry. Like the railroads before, steel companies were engaged in price wars that threatened the entire sector's stability. "We'll need to address that," Morgan said simply. The partners understood what this meant. Eventually, Morgan would apply the same consolidation approach to steel that he had to railroads. A clerk appeared with a message. "Mr. Stillman from National City Bank requests 15 minutes of your time, sir." Morgan nodded. "Send him in when he arrives." The meeting with James Stillman was brief and productive. National City Bank would join the syndicate for the next railroad bond offering, strengthening Morgan's distribution capabilities further. Stillman left after exactly 14 minutes, having secured his bank's participation and Morgan's continued goodwill, both valuable currencies on Wall Street. As the day progressed, Morgan moved through a series of meetings with the same pattern: intense focus, minimal words, decisive conclusions. By 3 o'clock, when he traditionally ended his Wall Street day, markets had moved significantly based on rumors of which companies he had met with and what might have been discussed. Before departing, Morgan called in Edward Adams, a talented railroad executive he had recently recruited. The eerie reorganization, Morgan said. You'll take the presidency. Adams looked surprised. Sir, I haven't agreed to. You're the right man, Morgan interrupted. Fair salary, stock options, 5-year commitment. It wasn't a request. Morgan's talent philosophy was straightforward. Identify elite operators, secure their services with fair but not excessive compensation, and expect lifetime loyalty. Those who delivered it were rewarded with partnership or executive positions across his network. Those who didn't, particularly those who used their positions to speculate, were excommunicated from his circle permanently. Adams, recognizing both the opportunity and the expectation, nodded his acceptance. As 1886 approached, Morgan's system, what observers were now calling Morganization, had matured into a recognizable template. At its core was a radical notion. Control was more important than ownership. Morgan rarely sought to own the companies he reorganized outright. Instead, he secured board seats, installed trusted managers, and established principles of operation that served his primary goal, stability. This wasn't altruism. Stability created predictable returns for investors, which made securities easier to place, which generated fees and influence for Morgan. But it also aligned with his deeper belief that financial markets existed to serve productive enterprise, not the other way around. On a cold December evening in 1885, Morgan stood at the window of his library, watching snow fall on Madison Avenue. Behind him, a group of partners and associates were reviewing plans for the coming year. The conversation was muted, respectful. Morgan disliked loud discussions and never raised his own voice. The Philadelphia and Reading Railroad situation is deteriorating, one partner said. They'll need reorganization within 6 months. Morgan turned from the window. Begin preliminary work. We'll need to understand their operational challenges before addressing the balance sheet. Another partner added, there's talk of antitrust legislation in some quarters. Senator Reagan's bill. Morgan waved this away. Politicians talk, we build. He moved to his desk and unfolded a map of railroad routes spanning the eastern United States. Each line represented not just steel and timber, but bonds, stocks, jobs, and communities. To Morgan, bringing order to this system wasn't just good business, it was necessary stewardship. The snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the city in quiet white. Inside, the architects of American industrial capitalism plotted their next moves, their voices low, their ambitions immense, their methods becoming an institutional template that would reshape the nation's economy. J. Pierpont Morgan had found his purpose not just as a banker, but as a stabilizing force in a chaotic economic landscape. The Corsair Summit had been more than a negotiation. It was the birth of a philosophy. Control, stability, professional management, and the banker as neutral arbiter between competing interests. These principles would guide not just Morgan's career, but American capitalism itself for decades to come. As his associates departed into the snowy night, Morgan remained at his desk, reviewing figures by lamplight. The corner might close at 3, but Morgan's mind never ceased its calculations. In the quiet of his library, surrounded by the books and art he loved, the banker continued to map the future of an industrial nation, one reorganization at a time. The winter fog curled around the gaslights along the east side of Madison Avenue, diffusing their amber glow into a hazy nimbus. Inside his study, John Pierpont Morgan sat in a high-backed leather chair, his piercing eyes scrutinizing a stack of papers bearing the newly minted letterhead of General Electric Company. The consolidation of Edison General Electric and Thomson Houston had been completed just months before, in 1892, and now this industrial behemoth stood as testament to a new phase in American capitalism. Morgan's nose twitched slightly, the rosacea that had long plagued him flaring in the warmth of the room. The condition had grown worse over the years, an affliction that made him loathe photographers and strangers who stared. He reached for his pocket watch, a heavy gold piece inherited from his grandfather, and noted the late hour with mild surprise. "Mr. Satterley," he called, his voice carrying the unmistakable timbre of command despite its moderate volume. His son-in-law and trusted legal advisor appeared at the doorway. Herbert Satterley had married Morgan's daughter Louisa several years earlier and had proven himself a valuable asset in the increasingly complex web of corporate reorganizations. "The directors have accepted the terms," Morgan said, tapping the papers. "Coffin will serve as president. Edison remains as a consultant only. The Thomson-Houston men get 6 board seats. Edison's group takes 5, and we hold 3. "A remarkable achievement, sir," Satterley replied, his posture formal even in this family setting. "The Edison patents, combined with Thomson-Houston's manufacturing capacity, should prove formidable." Morgan nodded, his expression betraying nothing of the satisfaction he surely felt. The General Electric merger represented something new, the application of railroad reorganization principles to industrial companies. The fee for this work alone had been substantial, adding to the growing Morgan fortune. "What concerns me," Morgan continued, "is the resistance to standardization. Edison remains attached to his direct current system, when clearly Westinghouse's alternating current has superior transmission capability." This was typical Morgan thinking. Efficiency above all, technical merit over personal loyalties, even to a genius like Edison. Morgan had first visited Edison's Menlo Park laboratory in 1879 and had backed the inventor's lighting ventures. But business was business, and sentiment had no place in his calculations. "Will you be sailing soon?" Satterley asked, knowing his father-in-law's habits. "The Corsair is being provisioned for departure next week," Morgan confirmed, referring to his custom-built yacht, the second vessel to bear that name. The first Corsair had been replaced in 1890 by a larger, more luxurious craft. 220 feet of floating sanctuary, where he could escape the increasingly intrusive press and conduct business in perfect privacy. Outside the study windows, snow began to fall, silencing the clattering hooves and iron-rimmed wheels of passing carriages. New York was growing rapidly, approaching 2 million souls, its streets a chaotic mixture of horse-drawn vehicles, early electric trolleys, and pedestrians navigating piles of manure and trash. The wealthy insulated themselves from this tumult with thick walls, private carriages, and strategic travel. 2 weeks later, Morgan stood at the railing of the Corsair II as it cut through the slate-grey Atlantic swells. The air was sharp with salt, and far cleaner than New York's coal-smoked atmosphere. Here, his breathing eased, and the pressure of constant decisions receded somewhat. In his private salon below deck waited a leather portfolio containing reports from Paris and London, but for this moment he allowed himself simply to watch the sea. "A fine morning, Mr. Morgan," said Captain Shackford, approaching with the deference due to the man who signed his substantial salary. "Indeed," Morgan replied. "We should have a good time in London." The captain nodded. "Barring any unexpected weather, we'll dock in Southampton in 9 days." Morgan appreciated the precision. Throughout his business career, he had discovered that most problems stemmed from imprecision, unclear accounts, ambiguous agreements, undefined responsibilities. He had no patience for the vague sailing schedules or financial statements. That evening, as the Corsair sliced through the darkening waters, Morgan sat in his mahogany-paneled library, reviewing a letter from George Perkins, one of his younger partners. The news from New York contained troubling indicators: bank reserves dropping, confidence in railroad securities wavering, Western agricultural interests increasingly hostile to Eastern finance. He set the letter aside and reached instead for a leather-bound catalogue from Christie's auction house. Art had become his sanctuary, the pursuit of beauty, a counterweight to the harsh mathematics of corporate reorganization. Tomorrow in London, his agent will bid on a collection of Renaissance illuminated manuscripts. No price was too high for items of supreme quality. This had become his collecting credo, just as it was his business philosophy. "Your brandy, sir," said Roberts, his personal steward, placing a crystal snifter on the table beside him. Morgan nodded without looking up, already lost in contemplation of a particularly fine 14th-century Italian manuscript illustrated with gold leaf. In these ancient pages, he found a continuity that transcended market fluctuations and political tides. The London fog was thicker than New York's, a yellow-brown miasma that clung to woolen overcoats and penetrated closed carriages. Morgan's private hansom cab clattered along Threadneedle Street toward the Bank of England, where he had arranged a meeting with the governor. News of Junius Morgan's death in 1890 had transformed JP's standing in European financial circles. The inheritance, somewhere between $10 and $15 million, had been substantial, but the real value lay in the relationships his father had cultivated over decades at J.S. Morgan and Company. Now, as the cab rolled to a stop, Morgan adjusted his silk cravat and prepared to leverage those connections. Inside the bank's imposing neoclassical building, he was greeted with the formal deference the British reserved for men of genuine financial weight. The governor, a silver-haired patrician in his 60s, extended his hand. "Pierpont," he said warmly, dispensing with formalities. "Good to see you, looking well. I read about your General Electric consolidation, most impressive." Morgan inclined his head slightly. "The industrial sector requires the same medicine we've applied to railroads. Excessive competition creates waste." They settled into leather chairs in a private room where tea was served in bone china cups. No secretaries or assistants were present. This was a conversation between principals. "I'm concerned about gold outflows from the United States," Morgan said, coming directly to point as was his custom. "The Treasury's reserves are not what they should be." The governor nodded gravely. "We've noted similar patterns. The American commitment to the gold standard seems increasingly precarious. This free silver agitation in your western states." "Political noise," Morgan dismissed, though privately he recognized the genuine economic distress driving the populist movement. Farmers were suffering under crushing debt and declining commodity prices. Their demand for silver coinage and currency expansion wasn't entirely irrational, even if it was financially heretical to Morgan's orthodox mind. "Nevertheless," the governor continued, "any hint that America might abandon gold would have severe consequences for your securities in European markets." This was the crux of the matter. Morgan's banking house served as the primary conduit between American enterprise and European capital. Any disruption to that flow would threaten not just his profits, but the entire structure of transatlantic finance he had helped build. "I'm taking steps," Morgan said with characteristic understatement. What he didn't elaborate was that these steps included deepening his influence in American railroads, utilities, and manufacturing through an expanding web of interlocking directorates, positions of control that allowed coordination without outright monopoly. After the meeting, Morgan's cab took him to Sotheby's, where a different kind of acquisition awaited. The auction house's director greeted him with a bow. "Mr. Morgan, we've set aside the items you expressed interest in, if you'll follow me." In a private viewing room, Morgan examined a collection of Egyptian antiquities, delicate Ushabti figures, a limestone relief showing workers harvesting grain, and a bronze statue of Bastet. His large hands, incongruously gentle, turned each piece to catch the light. "I'll take them all," he said simply, making no attempt to negotiate. The director's eyes widened slightly. Even among wealthy collectors, Morgan's willingness to pay full asking price was unusual. "Excellent choice, sir. Shall we arrange shipping to New York or to your London residence?" "New York," Morgan replied. "My library there is being expanded specifically to house these collections." What he didn't mention was that many of these acquisitions would eventually find their way to public institutions. His philanthropy, like his business dealings, operated on its own schedule and without fanfare. Anonymous checks regularly found their way to the Episcopal Church, to hospitals in New York and London, to museums and libraries. Morgan believed in noblesse oblige not as charity but as obligation, the necessary balance to wealth's privileges. Back in New York by late autumn of 1892, Morgan found the financial district increasingly nervous. The reading room of his bank at 23 Wall Street, deliberately modest in its exterior to contrast with the ornate facades of less substantial institutions, buzzed with subdued conversation about failing banks in the Midwest and South. "Mr. Costa is waiting in your office, sir," his secretary informed him as he handed over his coat and hat. Charles Costa, a key lieutenant in railroad reorganizations, rose as Morgan entered the walnut-paneled room. Through the windows, Wall Street appeared unusually subdued, the normal bustle replaced by cautious, clustered conversations. "The Philadelphia and Reading has suspended dividend payments," Costa said without preamble. "McLeod's expansion plans have backfired spectacularly." Morgan frowned. The Philadelphia and Reading Railroad was not directly in his sphere, but its failure would affect other lines where he held board seats and substantial equity. "How exposed are we?" he asked, settling behind his desk. Costa placed a ledger before him, open to a page of precise figures. "Not critically, but enough to warrant intervention. More concerning is the potential for contagion. If Reading defaults on its obligations, several banks holding its paper will face runs." Morgan studied the numbers, his mind calculating probabilities and scenarios with machine-like efficiency. The situation was precarious, but not yet catastrophic. Still, he had seen how quickly financial panic could spread. 1873 remained fresh in his memory, when J. Cook's Northern Pacific financing collapsed and triggered a cascade of failures. Arrange a meeting with the other houses, he decided. Drexel, Kidder, Kuhn-Loeb. Tomorrow morning, here. We'll need to form a stabilization syndicate if this deteriorates further. This was a typical Morgan strategy, preemptive coordination among competing financial powers to prevent systemic crisis. His critics called it market manipulation. He considered it prudent stewardship of a fragile financial ecosystem. That evening, he attended a private concert at the Metropolitan Opera House, one of his favorite institutions and a recipient of his financial support. From his family's box, Morgan observed the glittering assembly of New York society with detached interest. The women in Worth gowns, dripping with diamonds, the men in formal evening attire, their whispered conversations as much about business as about music. During the intermission, he was approached by a portly gentleman with an elaborate moustache, William Whitney, former Secretary of the Navy under Cleveland, and now a prominent financier in his own right. "J.P.," Whitney said warmly, though they were not particularly close. "I've been following your General Electric consolidation with interest. Remarkable structure." Morgan nodded slightly. The electrical industry requires rational organization, too many competing standards. Whitney lowered his voice. "I've heard rumors about gold withdrawals from the Treasury. The reserves are dangerously low." "Rumors often exaggerate," Morgan replied noncommittally, though Whitney's information matched his own. The gold situation was indeed precarious, a fact that kept him awake on many nights. The United States operated without a central bank. In times of crisis, private banking houses became the lenders of last resort. As the lights dimmed for the second act, Morgan returned to his seat, his mind only partially on Verdi's melodies. The British financial press had recently taken to calling him Jupiter, after the Roman king of gods. The nickname captured something of his growing continental stature, but it missed the burden that came with such power. To be the ultimate financial authority meant that in times of crisis, all eyes turned to you for salvation or for blame. The panic of 1893 arrived with devastating swiftness. By spring, the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad had collapsed completely. National cordage, once considered a blue-chip industrial stock, followed in May. Bank failures multiplied across the Midwest. On Wall Street, suicide became an almost weekly occurrence as formerly wealthy men faced ruin. Morgan stood at the window of his library, watching rain streak the glass. Behind him, his art collection, Raphaels, Rembrandts, ancient manuscripts in custom cases, surrounded him with beauty amid chaos. The panic had not caught him overextended. In fact, his insistence on substantial reserves and his aversion to speculation had positioned his house to weather the storm. "The silver purchasing requirements are bleeding the Treasury dry," George Baker was saying. The president of First National Bank sat in one of the library's leather armchairs, along with a small group of New York's most powerful bankers. "Cleveland wants to repeal Sherman, but the silver senators are blocking him." Morgan turned from the window. The Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890 required the government to buy silver with notes redeemable in either gold or silver. With confidence in silver declining, everyone demanded gold instead, depleting the Treasury's reserves. The gold standard must be maintained, Morgan said with quiet force. Without it, European capital will flee American investments entirely. The assembled bankers nodded in agreement. They represented the orthodox financial view that sound money meant gold exclusively. The emerging populist movement in the agrarian West and South saw this orthodoxy as Eastern financial tyranny, a deliberate policy to enrich creditors at the expense of debtors. We should consider a private gold syndicate, suggested James Stillman of National City Bank. If the Treasury cannot defend the standard, perhaps we must. Morgan nodded slowly. It was an unprecedented suggestion, private bankers directly intervening to support the national currency. Yet the federal government's impotence in the face of the crisis made such extraordinary measures seem necessary. The meeting continued for hours, with reports from various sectors: railroads in receivership, banks suspending operations, factories closing. By the time his guests departed, darkness had fallen, and Morgan sat alone in his library, contemplating the strange responsibility that had fallen to him. Neither elected nor appointed, he nevertheless found himself the de facto financial authority for a nation in crisis. Later that night, unable to sleep, he turned to his latest acquisition, a 15th century book of hours, its pages illuminated with gold leaf and lapis lazuli. As he carefully turned the delicate pages, he reflected on the irony of his position. The British called him Jupiter, yet he felt more like Atlas, bearing the weight of an economic system that had no formal stabilizing mechanism. His father Junius had instilled in him certain principles: honor your obligations, demand the same of others, avoid speculation, maintain reserves against crisis. These old-fashioned banking virtues had served him well, but they were increasingly at odds with the frenetic pace of American development. The country built railroads and factories on credit, expanded on borrowed money, and grew too fast for its financial infrastructure to safely support. As dawn broke over Fifth Avenue, Morgan closed the ancient manuscript and returned it to its case. The day ahead would bring more crisis meetings, more difficult decisions. The panic would eventually end. They always did, but the questions it raised about America's financial architecture would linger. In the quietness of early morning, surrounded by art that had survived centuries of human turmoil, Morgan found a moment of perspective. Financial panics were not new. They had happened before and would happen again. What mattered was building systems resilient enough to withstand them, and networks of trust strong enough to coordinate response when prevention failed. He had always considered himself a builder rather than a speculator. The interlocking directorates he created, the consolidations he engineered, the standards he imposed, all were attempts to create order from the chaos of unfettered competition. His critics saw monopoly, he saw efficiency. The panic would test these structures as never before. As Morgan prepared for another day of crisis management, he carried with him the weight of his inheritance. Not just the millions from Junius, but the responsibility that came with being the most powerful private banker in the world. Jupiter, or Atlas, the financial system looked to him now, and he would not be found wanting. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the polished marble floor of the Treasury building, where a congregation of men in dark suits stood in tense conversation. February 1895, a month that would forever alter both the nation's financial foundation and the reputation of the man at the center of the gathering. J. Pierpont Morgan stood by the window, his broad shoulders set against the backdrop of Washington's winter landscape, his piercing eyes reflecting calculation, not concern. "The gold reserve has fallen below 50 million, Mr. Morgan," said Secretary Carlyle, his voice barely above a whisper. "Congress remains deadlocked. The President requires your counsel." Morgan nodded once, drawing deeply on his cigar. The United States Treasury was hemorrhaging gold at an alarming rate. Foreign investors and domestic speculators alike withdrawing their holdings as confidence in America's ability to maintain the gold standard wavered. The economy teetered on the precipice of collapse. "Take me to Cleveland," he said simply. The White House meeting that followed, carried the weight of a nation's future. President Grover Cleveland sat behind his desk, face drawn with the strain of successive crises. Outside these walls, populist rhetoric against Eastern bankers reached fever pitch. Inside, those same bankers represented the last hope for financial salvation. "Mr. President," Morgan began, his voice a low rumble that commanded attention despite its softness, "a government bond issue through traditional channels would take too long. Congress will debate while gold continues to flee. I propose a private syndicate, 65 million in gold bonds, half from European sources." Cleveland's eyes narrowed. "And your compensation, Mr. Morgan?" "The syndicate will require a fee. The market dictates its terms, not sentiment." "The political consequences," Cleveland began, "will be severe regardless," Morgan finished. "But a collapsed Treasury serves no political agenda, Mr. President." As the meeting concluded, Morgan stood at the threshold of the Oval Office. "Character," he said, turning back to Cleveland, "is the basis of credit. America's character is sound. Its structural mechanisms require attention." That night, in his suite at the Arlington Hotel, Morgan drafted telegrams to London and Paris. His European connections, relationships cultivated through his father's legacy and his own decades of transatlantic finance, would provide half the gold needed. The Rothschilds would participate. Morgan had already secured their tentative commitment. The House of Morgan would coordinate the entire operation from 23 Wall Street, demonstrating once again that private capital could move more swiftly than government machinery. "August," he said to his personal secretary, who sat ready with pen in hand, "inform Baker and Stillman we require their presence tomorrow." The Treasury solution requires unity among the New York houses. August nodded, understanding the significance. George F. Baker of First National Bank and James Stillman of National City Bank, alongside Morgan. The triumvirate of American finance would complete the power base needed to stabilize the national economy. The following weeks unfolded with the precision of a financial battlefield campaign. Morgan returned to New York, where 23 Wall Street, a modest four-story brownstone beneath the power concentrated within its walls, became the command center for the nation's economic rescue. Visitors to Morgan's office found themselves admitted punctually for appointments that rarely exceeded 15 minutes. The banker's imposing presence, accentuated by his penetrating gaze and the disfiguring rhinophyma that had swollen his nose into a purple bulb, often overwhelmed those seeking capital or counsel. He spoke little, listened intently, and rendered judgments that brooked no appeal. "The gold shipment from Paris will arrive Tuesday," reported Jack Morgan, his son and lieutenant. "The London portion follows Thursday." Morgan nodded, studying the intricate web of financial commitments mapped across his desk. The syndicate had been formed with unprecedented speed, a testament to the trust Morgan commanded among fellow financiers. "And the Treasury contract, signed this morning," Jack confirmed. "The syndicate guarantees against gold withdrawals for 6 months. We've secured control over the gold market for the duration." What remained unspoken was the projected profit. Approximately $7 million would flow to the syndicate, a significant portion to Morgan himself. It was a handsome reward for saving a nation, though his critics would soon frame it as profiteering from America's distress. As February turned to March and word of the rescue spread across the nation, the dichotomy of public reaction revealed America's complicated relationship with its financial saviors. The New York financial press hailed Morgan as the architect of recovery, while populist publications painted him as the embodiment of plutocratic control over democratic institutions. William Jennings Bryan, preparing his presidential campaign for the following year, thundered from Midwestern podiums, "You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." The rhetoric resonated with farmers and laborers who saw the gold standard as a tool of Eastern bankers to control the nation's monetary policy. Morgan paid little attention to such criticism. In April 1895, seated in the walnut-paneled partners' room at 23 Wall Street, he signed the documents that would formalize the evolution of his firm into J.P. Morgan and Company, a partnership structure that provided both flexibility and control. Unlike the corporate form gaining popularity, The partnership bound its members with unlimited liability, ensuring each partner's personal fortune stood behind the firm's commitments. "A proper name for what we have already become in practice," he remarked to his partners as the final document received his signature. The partnership agreement reflected Morgan's position. He would hold between 40 and 50% equity, with the remaining shares distributed among approximately 20 partners, each selected for specific expertise or connections. The firm's economics were elegantly simple and extraordinarily profitable. Underwriting fees ranged from 2 to 5% of capital raised. Mergers and acquisitions commanded 3 to 10%. With minimal overhead, a small office staff and partners whose compensation derived from equity, the firm's profit margins approached 80%. Most importantly, the structure allowed Morgan unquestioned authority over every significant decision. "Our advantage," he explained to Jack during an evening aboard Corsair II, his 241-foot steam yacht anchored in the Hudson, "lies not in our capital, substantial though it is, but in our capacity to mobilize capital across continents within days." The vessel, a floating palace equipped with every luxury, served as both retreat and informal meeting space. As they stood on deck watching the lights of Manhattan shimmer across the water, Morgan continued his rare moment of business philosophy. "Three pillars support our position, Jack. First, our network of trust men who know that our word, once given, is inviolable. Second, our European connections. No American house can match our ability to access London and Paris capital. And third, our intelligence. Our board seats provide information unavailable to others." This intelligence network was perhaps Morgan's greatest advantage. By 1895, he sat on the boards of multiple railroads, banks, and industrial concerns. Each position provided not only governance authority, but also unprecedented visibility into America's economic machinery. The summer of 1895 brought validation of Morgan's Treasury rescue. Gold flowed back into American reserves, confidence returned to markets, and the partnership's reputation as lender of last resort was cemented. With this enhanced status came a continuous stream of supplicants to 23 Wall Street. The ritual was always the same. Business leaders, government officials, and foreign dignitaries would arrive at the unremarkable brownstone, be escorted to the second-floor waiting room, and then, at precisely their appointed time, be admitted to Morgan's presence. "He comes to discuss restructuring Erie Railroad's debt," announced August 1 autumn morning, referring to the next appointment. Morgan nodded, extinguishing his perpetual cigar. 15 minutes. The meeting, like so many at 23 Wall Street, was brief but conclusive. Morgan's approach to business had crystallized into firm principles that governed every decision: character over collateral when evaluating credit risks, operational control rather than passive investment, anti-speculation as foundational philosophy, and by the late 1890s, a minimum deal size approaching $10 million. "Erie requires reorganization, not merely refinancing," Morgan told the railroad executive before him. "Our conditions are non-negotiable: board representation, operational oversight, and elimination of duplicate routes with Pennsylvania Railroad." The process that followed, soon dubbed Morganization by financial observers, would become the template for dozens of industrial restructurings. The railroad would emerge stronger, more efficient, and under the watchful eye of Morgan's partners, who would occupy key board positions. As 1897 arrived, bringing William McKinley's presidency and economic recovery, Morgan turned increasing attention to industrial consolidation beyond railroads. The Depression had demonstrated the dangers of uncoordinated competition and duplicative infrastructure. His vision of American capitalism favored order over chaos, efficiency over redundancy. "The economy cannot withstand the waste of unbridled competition," he explained to George Baker during their regular Saturday lunch at the Metropolitan Club. The exclusive establishment on Fifth Avenue, which Morgan had helped found, provided a discreet venue for financial discussions away from Wall Street's prying ears. "The public misunderstands our purpose," replied Baker, cutting precisely into his roast beef. "They see monopoly where we see stability." Morgan nodded. Perception matters little, results will speak. Indeed, the results were speaking loudly. By 1898, as America engaged in the brief Spanish-American War, the Morgan Partnership's fortunes had reached unprecedented heights. Annual profits exceeded $3 million, with Morgan's personal share approaching $1.5 million. An astronomical sum in an era when skilled workers earned perhaps $1,000 yearly. This wealth manifested in Morgan's expanding arts collection, which by now required dedicated storage facilities. Paintings, rare books, and medieval artifacts arrived regularly at his Madison Avenue mansion, each item personally selected to meet his exacting standards. "Beauty has value beyond price," he told Belle de Costa Green, the librarian he had engaged to manage his growing collection of illuminated manuscripts and incunabula. "These objects carry civilization's memory. Their preservation is a sacred trust." On a brisk December evening in 1899, Morgan stood in his library, surrounded by treasures that would eventually form the core of a public institution. Outside, Manhattan glittered with electric lights, many powered by General Electric, a Morgan creation. The elevated trains rumbled overhead on steel rails forged in furnaces financed through his offices. Jack Morgan entered, carrying a portfolio of documents. "The International Mercantile Marine Proposition," he explained, laying papers before his father. "The syndicate is prepared." Morgan nodded, reviewing the outlines of what would become a massive consolidation of transatlantic shipping, another sector ripe for his particular brand of rationalization. This would be among the last great combinations of the century, a fitting conclusion to the decade that had transformed both America's economy and J. Pierpont Morgan's place within it. "Proceed," he said simply. As the century's final weeks elapsed, the man whom enemies called the embodiment of plutocracy and allies hailed as the architect of modern American finance continued his methodical reshaping of industrial capitalism. The Treasury crisis of 1895 had forced the nation to acknowledge what Morgan had long understood. In an economy of unprecedented scale and complexity, some institutions grew too vital to fail, and some men became too essential to ignore. The paradox of his position, simultaneously criticized for excessive power and praised for stabilizing influence, seemed not to trouble him. He had never sought popularity, only respect. He had never pursued wealth as an end, only as fuel for broader ambitions. As he watched the 19th century give way to the 20th, J. Pierpont Morgan stood at the pinnacle of financial power, a position earned through crisis and cemented through competence. The lights of New York burned late that New Year's Eve, illuminating a cityscape transformed by the capital Morgan had directed and the industries he had shaped. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities. For tonight, the banker who had saved a nation's treasury rested in the knowledge that his vision of ordered prosperity had prevailed, at least for now. The air hung heavy with cigar smoke in the study of J.P. Morgan's Madison Avenue mansion. Outside, the turn of the century brought cold January winds sweeping through New York City, but inside, the banking titan sat ensconced in warmth, surrounded by leather-bound books and Renaissance bronzes. The glow of electric lights, Edison's gift to the modern world, cast dramatic shadows across his imposing features. Morgan studied the papers before him, his mismatched eyes narrowing as he calculated figures that would have overwhelmed lesser minds. At 63, he had already transformed American industry through railroad reorganizations and industrial consolidations, yet 1901 promised to be his most consequential year. "Mr. Carnegie's price is steep, Pierpont," George W. Perkins said, shifting in his leather chair. A decade younger than Morgan, Perkins had risen through the ranks to become his most trusted partner. Morgan raised his eyes. "He wants $480 million for his steel interests," he said, his voice resonating with quiet authority. "A fair price for what we're acquiring." "Some would call it extortion," Perkins replied with a tight smile. Morgan reached for his ever-present cigar, its ember glowing in the half-light. "Andrew earned his fortune the hard way. If I were in his position, I'd demand no less." The mantle clock ticked steadily as Morgan contemplated the acquisition that would become U.S. Steel, the first billion-dollar corporation in history. Beyond mere steel mills and coke furnaces, Morgan envisioned an industrial colossus bringing order to chaos, eliminating wasteful competition, standardizing production. "Schedule the meeting with Carnegie," Morgan said finally, "and make arrangements for Schwab and Judge Gary to attend. They'll be essential to the operation once we've secured it." Perkins nodded, making a note. "And your role, sir?" "I'll take the chair, but symbolically only," Morgan replied. "I'm the architect, not the superintendent. The operators must run what they understand." February brought swirling snow to New York as Morgan sat in his private office at 23 Wall Street, the epicenter of his financial empire. The leather chair creaked beneath his substantial frame as he received Charles Schwab, the brilliant young president of Carnegie Steel, who would soon take leadership at U.S. Steel. "15 minutes, Mr. Schwab," Morgan said, tapping his pocket watch. "That's what I allow for decisions of consequence." Schwab smiled, knowing Morgan's reputation for swift judgment. "Mr. Carnegie has accepted your terms, sir. The price stands at $480 million. Morgan nodded once, firmly. "Then we proceed immediately. The new corporation will capitalize at $1.4 billion. The combination makes sense. Integration from ore to finished products, national distribution, rational production scheduling." Schwab leaned forward, enthusiasm evident in his youthful face. "We'll control nearly 2/3 of American steel production. The efficiency will be remarkable." "Efficiency is order," Morgan said, his gaze unwavering, "and order is profit." The transaction would yield approximately $50 million in fees for Morgan's firm, an astronomical sum. Yet beyond the immediate compensation lay Morgan's true genius. His personal investment would yield profits estimated between $60 and $80 million. No prior deal had returned such wealth to him personally. As Schwab departed, Morgan turned to the window. Below, horse-drawn carriages competed with early automobiles on the snow-covered streets. Immigrants in thin coats hurried past, seeking warmth in tenements that would house 8 to a room. The contrasts of the new century were stark. Unimaginable wealth alongside grinding poverty, technological marvels amid primitive conditions. Morgan felt no need to justify his position. Markets required stewardship, and he provided it. If prosperity flowed disproportionately to some, that was the nature of capital. Spring arrived in New York with daffodils blooming in Central Park, and Morgan's attention shifting to another consequential battle. The Northern Pacific Railroad had become the center of a power struggle between James J. Hill, Morgan's ally, and Edward H. Harriman, backed by Kuhn, Loeb and Company. "Harriman is accumulating shares rapidly," reported Robert Bacon, another Morgan partner, as they conferred aboard the Corsair Morgans, a 3-4-foot yacht anchored in New York Harbor. "He means to seize control." Morgan puffed his cigar, gazing across the harbor where immigrants streamed daily from Ellis Island. "Then we shall respond in kind. Acquire Northern Pacific shares without limit. Price is no object." "Sir, the stock already trades near $170, Bacon cautioned. "I understand mathematics, Robert," Morgan replied with the faintest hint of irritation. "Control is worth any price. We cannot allow Harriman to undermine Hill's position." What followed became known as the Northern Pacific Corner, a financial battle of titans that sent the market into convulsions. As Morgan's agents and Harriman's forces competed for every available share, Northern Pacific stock skyrocketed $300, $500, $700, until it reached the unthinkable price of $1,000 per share in May 1901. The broader market trembled. Margin calls cascaded through Wall Street, threatening a panic that could collapse the entire financial system. Even Morgan had not anticipated the violence of the reaction. On the morning of May 9th, Morgan received urgent messages at his London hotel, where he was conducting his annual art-buying tour of Europe. He immediately cabled instructions to New York, and within hours he and Harriman's representatives had negotiated a truce. "We'll form a holding company, Morgan explained to Hill during a transatlantic call, voice crackling through the primitive connection. Northern Securities will control both Northern Pacific and Great Northern. Neutral governance, balanced interests. And Harriman agrees? Hill asked skeptically. He understands the alternative, Morgan replied. Mutual destruction serves no one. The corner had revealed both Morgan's power and its limits. He could move markets with a word, but even he could not fully control the forces he unleashed. Summer heat settled over New York, the air thick with coal smoke and the stench of uncollected garbage in immigrant neighborhoods. Inside Morgan's library, cooled by electric fans, the banker received disturbing news. President McKinley was assassinated in Buffalo, Perkins announced, his face ashen. Theodore Roosevelt will become president. Morgan absorbed the news silently. McKinley had been a predictable friend to business. Roosevelt, though from a privileged background, harbored reform instincts that might threaten the delicate ecosystem of industrial combinations Morgan had cultivated. "Send condolences to Mrs. McKinley," Morgan said after a thoughtful pause, "and arrange a meeting with the new president at his earliest convenience." Morgan understood that antitrust sentiment was growing. The Northern Securities Holding Company, his elegant solution to the Northern Pacific battle, would likely face scrutiny from Roosevelt's administration. The political weather was changing, and Morgan would need to adapt. By 1902, Morgan had turned his attention to another industrial sector ripe for rationalization: transatlantic shipping. Here, his instincts, so infallible in domestic manufacturing and railroads, would face their severest test. The International Mercantile Marine will consolidate American and British shipping lines, Morgan explained to his partners as they gathered in the library of his London residence. We'll eliminate redundant routes, standardize schedules, and achieve economies in coal purchasing. J.P. Pierpont Morgan Jr., Jack, to the family, studied the prospectus with a furrowed brow. At 35, he was being groomed to eventually succeed his father. "The British lines seem resistant, father," Jack noted. "White Star drives a hard bargain." "They'll accept our terms," the elder Morgan declared with characteristic confidence. "British pride yields to British pragmatism when the price is right." But shipping would prove different from steel and railroads. National pride indeed factored more heavily than Morgan had calculated. The British government, unwilling to cede maritime dominance, quietly encouraged resistance to American control. New turbine engine technology rendered many existing vessels obsolete, favoring new construction over Morgan's assembled fleet of aging ships. The venture absorbed over $50 million of Morgan's personal capital. Within a year, it was clear the investment would return mere pennies on the dollar, a staggering 60 to 70% personal loss for a man unaccustomed to failure. "I miscalculated," Morgan admitted privately to Perkins as they sat in his study one autumn evening, surrounded by Renaissance masterpieces acquired during his European tours. Not every industry yields to the same principles of consolidation. The shipping disaster reminded even Morgan that his judgment had limits, particularly when industrial logic collided with national policy and technological shifts. Yet it scarcely diminished his overall position. By 1902, Morgan himself sat on 21 corporate boards, while his partners collectively held 112 directorships across America's largest enterprises. The network created an unprecedented concentration of economic coordination. Critics had begun calling it the money trust, a characterization Morgan found simplistic but difficult to entirely refute. His decisions, made in 15-minute intervals at 23 Wall Street, rippled through the economy, affecting millions of lives. Late in 1902, Morgan sat alone in his study, reviewing the remarkable changes of the past 2 years. The U.S. Steel Corporation continued to thrive under Schwab and Gary's operational leadership. The Northern Securities Holding Company, though facing antitrust challenges, maintained peace among previously warring rail interests. Only the shipping venture remained a sore point. A knock at the door interrupted his reflections. His longtime personal librarian, Belle de Costa Green, entered with several leather-bound art catalogues. "The Raphael portfolio you requested, Mr. Morgan," she said, placing them carefully on his desk. "And the dealer in Florence has agreed to your terms for the triptych." Morgan nodded approvingly. While his industrial investments commanded headlines, his art acquisitions have become increasingly significant, not merely as personal pleasure, but as deliberate allocation of capital. Art represented stability, culture, permanence in a world of fluctuating markets and ephemeral technologies. "Thank you, Miss Green," he said. "Schedule appointments with the Metropolitan Museum trustees next week. The American people should have access to the best of European culture." As Green departed, Morgan turned to the window, watching gas lamps flicker to life along Madison Avenue. The new century was still young, bringing technological marvels alongside social tensions. Muckraking journalists like Ida Tarbell had begun investigating corporate practices. Labor unrest simmered in industrial centers. Progressives clamored for reform. Morgan remained convinced of his mission: to bring order to economic chaos, to substitute bankers' reason for ruinous competition. If the new president or public opinion objected to his methods, they missed the fundamental stability his system provided. His network spanned the Atlantic, linking the financial capitals of London, Paris, and New York. When he spoke in his commanding baritone at 23 Wall Street, markets listened. When he declared an investment sound, capital flowed. When he deemed a practice wasteful, it ceased. "I don't do small," he often remarked to partners seeking his involvement in minor ventures. His focus remained on system-shaping consolidations that redrew industrial maps. The night deepened outside Morgan's window. In tenements across the city, immigrant families crowded into airless rooms, children prepared for another day in factories rather than schools, and settlement houses struggled to address overwhelming needs. In Newport and along Fifth Avenue, America's new aristocracy displayed unprecedented opulence: mansions with more rooms than occupants, private railcars, and yacht fleets. Morgan occupied the apex of this system without apology. Markets required leadership, capital demanded stewardship, industry needed rationalization. If he profited handsomely from providing these services, he considered it merely the natural order of economic life. As he prepared for bed, Morgan took a final glance at the U.S. Steel balance sheet. The corporation that had not existed 2 years earlier now stood as America's largest industrial enterprise, a testament to his vision and financial architecture. Whatever challenges the new century might bring, J. Pierpont Morgan had already left an indelible mark on American capitalism. Outside, the city slept uneasily, poised between the certainties of the Gilded Age and the uncertainties of the progressive era to come. The winter light fell in long, pale columns through the windows of J.P. Morgan's study at 219 Madison Avenue, casting shadows across the Renaissance bronzes and leather-bound volumes that surrounded him like silent sentinels. It was early 1904, and the morning papers lay scattered across his desk, their headlines announcing what he already knew. The Supreme Court had ruled against him, dissolving Northern Securities Company by the narrowest of margins, 5-4. Morgan drew deeply on his cigar, the 20th of the previous day. The smoke curled upward, catching in the shafts of light. At 76, he remained a formidable presence, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested, with piercing eyes set beneath a prominent brow. His nose, ravaged by rosacea, had long been a subject of cruel caricatures. He paid them no mind. The opinions of cartoonists held no currency in his world. "The government has made banking impossible," he muttered to no one in particular, though his longtime secretary, Francis Satterley, had quietly entered with more correspondence. "Shall I come back later, Mr. Morgan?" she asked, sensing his dark mood. "No." The single syllable was delivered with characteristic abruptness. Morgan never wasted words or time. "Tell Steele and Perkins I want them here at 4. In the hushed corridors of 23 Wall Street, known simply as the Corner, Morgan partners moved with practiced efficiency, transmitting their leaders' commands through the intricate machinery of American finance. The building stood unadorned, without signage, requiring no announcement of its significance. Everyone who mattered knew what happened inside. George W. Perkins, Morgan's most trusted partner, sat in his office reviewing reports on U.S. Steel's operations when the summons arrived. At 42, Perkins represented the new generation of Morgan men, polished, systematic, tireless. He gathered his papers and prepared for what he suspected would be a pivotal meeting. Later that afternoon, Morgan's library filled with cigar smoke as he paced before the fireplace, his custom-tailored suit and gold watch chain unchanged in style for decades. "Gentlemen," he began, fixing them with his penetrating gaze, "the Northern Securities decision changes nothing and everything. We adapt." Perkins nodded. "The holding company approach is vulnerable now." "Not vulnerable," Morgan corrected. "Dead, but control remains essential. We'll rely more heavily on interlocking directorates, the same men on different boards. No formal consolidation is necessary." Charles Steele, analytical and reserved, spoke carefully. "Roosevelt will claim victory. The press is already calling him the Great Trust Buster." Morgan's expression hardened. "I've known presidents since Lincoln. They come and go. The markets remain." He paused, staring into the flames. "I briefly considered retirement this morning." The statement hung in the air like the smoke from his cigar. Morgan retiring would be akin to the sun deciding not to rise. "And now?" Perkins ventured. "Now we adapt," Morgan repeated, turning back to face them. "The rails still need coordination. Industry still needs capital. The country still needs stability." By 1905, Morgan had settled into the methodical rhythm that governed his days. He awoke at 6 each morning in his Madison Avenue mansion, a Renaissance-inspired palace housing treasures that would eventually form the core of the museum bearing his name. Breakfast was taken with the morning papers, which he scanned but rarely read in depth. News was something Morgan absorbed through his network rather than through print. At 9 sharp, his carriage would deposit him at the corner, where he would begin a precisely orchestrated series of 15-minute meetings. Bankers, industrialists, and government officials waited anxiously for their allotted quarter hour with the man whose decisions moved markets and shaped industries. A visiting British financier once remarked on Morgan's efficiency. "Mr. Morgan, how do you accomplish so much in such brief meetings?" Morgan fixed him with that unnerving stare. "I can judge a man's character in 5 minutes. The rest is details." These details were left to his partners. Morgan dealt in concepts and commitments, in the architecture of finance rather than its plumbing. After a morning of meetings and cables from European associates, he despised telephones and refused to have one in his private office. He would take lunch at the Metropolitan Club before turning his attention to his true passion, art. In the afternoons, Morgan often visited galleries or met with dealers and collectors. His acquisitions were legendary medieval manuscripts, ancient artifacts, Renaissance masterpieces. He approached art with the same decisive certainty he brought to finance. Joseph Duveen, the prominent art dealer, once observed Morgan examining a painting. "Mr. Morgan doesn't look at pictures," Duveen told an associate. "He buys them." Evenings found Morgan at the opera, where he maintained a private box, or aboard his yacht, Corsair III, a 420-foot floating palace with a crew of 60. There, surrounded by trusted companions, he would smoke his ever-present cigars and contemplate his next moves on the financial chessboard. The tranquility of this routine was shattered in October 1907, when what began as a minor liquidity squeeze at the Knickerbocker Trust Company spiraled into full-blown financial panic. Banks began restricting withdrawals, stock prices plummeted, businesses teetered on the edge of collapse. On the evening of October 22nd, Morgan sat in his library surrounded by the nation's leading bankers. The oak-paneled room, with its hidden doors concealing additional chambers of books and art, had been transformed into a war room. Morgan had cancelled his evening at the opera, a rare concession to the crisis. "Gentlemen," he announced, his voice cutting through the anxious murmurs, "no one leaves until we have a solution." With that, he instructed his staff to lock the doors. The bankers exchanged uneasy glances. They represented competing institutions with conflicting interests, yet Morgan was treating them as a single entity with a shared responsibility. "The Trust Company of America needs immediate liquidity," Morgan stated. $25 million by morning. James Stillman of National City Bank raised an objection. "My board would never." Morgan cut him off. "Your board isn't here. You are. We will have 25 million by morning, or none of us will have institutions worth returning to." Throughout the night, Morgan orchestrated a collective response, forcing rival bankers to pool resources and commit to a unified course of action. At times, he would retreat to a corner to play solitaire, seemingly detached from the crisis. But those who knew him recognized this as his method of processing information, of allowing his intuition to work unimpeded by conversation. As dawn approached, exhausted bankers had pledged the necessary funds. Morgan, who had barely slept, nodded with satisfaction. "The crisis will not spread further," he pronounced. It was not a hope, but a declaration. Within days, the panic began to subside. But Morgan wasn't finished. The collapse of Tennessee Coal and Iron, a major industrial concern, threatened to trigger another wave of failures. Morgan proposed that U.S. Steel absorb the troubled company, a move that would require a waiver of antitrust concerns from President Roosevelt. Morgan dispatched Elbert Gary and Henry Clay Frick to Washington with a simple message. This acquisition was not about expanding U.S. Steel's market share, it was about preventing financial contagion. Roosevelt, pragmatic despite his trust-busting reputation, granted the waiver. By November, the worst had passed. The crisis that threatened to collapse the American economy had been contained through the force of one man's will and the network he commanded. On a cold December evening in 1907, Morgan hosted a small dinner at his Madison Avenue home. The guests included a select group of partners and confidants who had weathered the recent storm alongside him. "You've proven once again what private banking can accomplish," remarked Henry P. Davison, one of Morgan's newer partners. Morgan contemplated his cigar, perhaps for the last time. "What do you mean?" asked George Baker of First National Bank. "The lesson the public will take from this crisis is not that we saved the system," Morgan replied. "It's that one private citizen held too much power." The room fell silent as the implications settled over them. "There will be calls for a permanent solution," Morgan continued. "A central banking authority of some kind." "Under government control?" Perkins asked. Morgan nodded slowly. "The irony doesn't escape me. By demonstrating the effectiveness of coordinated private credit, we've hastened its replacement." Later that night, after his guests had departed, Morgan stood before a Rembrandt in his study. The painter's mastery of light and shadow, of revealing character through expression, had always moved him. Morgan understood people in the same intuitive way, not through words but through essence. He thought about the men he had hired and fired over decades. He never employed speculators, regardless of their talents. His criterion was always the same: can I trust them in a crisis? The events of October had validated his approach. His men had stood fast when markets trembled. Morgan had learned this principle from his mentors, George Peabody and Anthony Drexel, and rejected the manipulative techniques of Jay Gould and others who treated markets as casinos. Even his rivalry with E.H. Harriman, the railroad magnate, had taught him the limits of what one man could control. As he prepared for bed, Morgan reflected on his place in history. He didn't share the public's fear of consolidated economic power. In his view, consolidation meant stability, efficiency, and progress. The fees he charged for public rescues were always at market rates, fair compensation for essential services. The world was changing. Muckraking journalists filled magazines with exposés of business practices once considered unremarkable. Progressive politicians demanded regulations and restrictions. The old order, based on private arrangements and gentlemen's agreements, was giving way to something new. Morgan climbed the grand staircase to his bedroom, each step measured and deliberate. At 76, he remained vigorous, but the panic had demanded reserves of energy he wasn't sure he could summon again. In the morning, he would rise at 6, breakfast with the papers, and arrive at the corner by 9. The routine would continue as it had for decades, but Morgan understood that, while daily patterns might persist, The larger cycle was turning. The era of the private banker as the ultimate arbiter of financial stability was drawing to a close. As he drifted toward sleep, Morgan's thoughts turned to the Renaissance treasures that filled his homes and would one day fill his museum. Those artifacts had survived the rise and fall of empires, the transformation of societies, the replacement of old orders with new. Perhaps there was comfort in that persistence, that capacity to endure beyond any single life or system. In the quiet darkness, the most powerful banker in America, perhaps the world, closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring new meetings, new challenges, new opportunities to shape the financial landscape. For now, that was enough. The yacht sliced through the Atlantic swells, a steel rapier cutting the fabric of the sea. J.P. Morgan stood alone on the deck of the Corsair, his massive frame silhouetted against the endless horizon. The salt air mingled with the smoke from his perpetual cigar, creating a personal fog around him that seemed appropriate for a man who had long cultivated an aura of mystery. It was 1910. Morgan had retreated to solitude, finding sanctuary in the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. At 73, his body was beginning to fail him, but his mind remained razor-sharp, calculating, always calculating. The seas might change, but numbers never lied. "Mr. Morgan," his steward said, appearing silently beside him, "your correspondence from New York has arrived with the supply boat." Morgan nodded, taking the leather portfolio without a word. He retreated to his mahogany-paneled stateroom, where a single gas lamp cast dancing shadows across financial reports and personal letters. One particular note caught his attention, a concerning message from his son Jack about increasing political pressure in Washington. The progressive movement was gaining momentum. President Taft's administration was filing antitrust suits with alarming frequency. And now, whispers of a congressional investigation into what the newspapers had taken to calling the money trust. Morgan's reflection stared back at him from the stateroom window, the bulbous, reddened nose that had become the cartoonist's favorite feature, the stern eyes that had frozen countless bankers and industrialists in their tracks. Time had not been kind to his appearance, but time had also taught him that appearance mattered far less than character. "Character," he murmured to himself, "that is the foundation of banking, not gold. Character." The waters at Bad Nauheim were said to have healing properties. The German spa town had become Morgan's annual refuge, a place where he sought treatment for his heart troubles. In the autumn of 1911, he sat in a leather chair beside a window overlooking immaculately maintained gardens, a wool blanket across his knees despite the warmth of the day. Dr. Franz Grodel studied the chart in his hands with practiced neutrality. "Your heart remains enlarged, Mr. Morgan. The arrhythmia continues. I would strongly advise against any excitement." Morgan's laugh was a dry, humorless sound. "Excitement, doctor? What do you imagine might excite a man of my years?" "Perhaps a congressional investigation." Dr. Grodel's eyes met Morgan's. "The European papers carry the news, even here. This committee, Peugeot, is it? They mean to put you on trial." "Not a trial." Morgan tamped down his pipe with a practiced thumb, a spectacle. Later that evening, Morgan drafted a telegram to his partners in New York. The message was characteristically brief. "Will return as planned. Will not flee." His personal physician, Dr. Marco, who had accompanied him from New York, entered with an evening dose of digitalis. "The German doctor advises against returning to face this committee." "And what do you advise, Marco?" "Medically, the same." Dr. Marco measured the dose carefully. "But I've known you too long to expect you'd follow such advice." Morgan's smile was sphinx-like. "A man always has two reasons for what he does, a good one and the real one." "And what's the real reason you'll face this committee, rather than stay in Europe?" Morgan gazed out at the twilight settling over Bad Nauheim. "They believe I control some vast conspiracy. A money trust. But what I've built isn't a conspiracy, it's a system. A system of relationships, of trust. If I hide now, that system appears as sinister as they claim." He took the medicine. "No, better to face them directly. to make them understand the difference between power and abuse of power. New York, December 1912. Winter had draped the city in a crystalline chill. The Woolworth Building rose like a cathedral to commerce, nearing completion at almost 800 feet, soon to be the tallest building in the world. Electric streetcars clanged through slush-filled streets. Automobiles, no longer mere novelties, competed with horse-drawn carriages for dominance of the avenues. In the old Ways and Means Committee room, a different sort of edifice was under construction, a case against the concentration of banking power, with J. Pierpont Morgan as its cornerstone. The room was packed beyond capacity. Reporters jostled for position. Spectators craned their necks for a glimpse of the man who had become, in the public imagination, more myth than mortal. Morgan sat impassively, flanked by partners and lawyers, his silver-topped cane resting against the table. Samuel Untermeyer, the committee's counsel, was a skilled interrogator. For hours he had laid groundwork, establishing intricate webs of directorates, shareholding patterns, and lending relationships. Now, he approached the heart of the matter. Mr. Morgan, Untermeyer's voice carried clearly across the hushed room, is not commercial credit based primarily upon money or property. No, sir, Morgan replied, his voice surprisingly strong for a man his age. The first thing is character. Before money or property, before money or anything else, money cannot buy it. Untermeyer seemed momentarily thrown by the moral certainty in Morgan's voice. He rallied. But is not commercial credit based primarily upon money or property? No, sir, Morgan repeated. The first thing is character. A murmur rippled through the gallery. Morgan continued, warming to his theme. A man I do not trust could not get money from me on all the bonds in Christendom. Later in the testimony, when questioned about his influence over gold flows and monetary stability, Morgan's reply became the stuff of financial legend, gold is money. Everything else is credit. The hearings continued for days. Morgan grew visibly weary but remained unbowed. When pressed about his duty to the public, he allegedly remarked, "I owe the public nothing," though whether these precise words were spoken became a matter of debate. What was clear was Morgan's unwavering belief in his role, not as a public servant, but as a private banker whose system of relationships had repeatedly saved the Republic from financial disaster. The committee found no laws broken, though their moral condemnation was clear. The hearings would ultimately fuel the passage of the Federal Reserve Act in December 1913 and later the Clayton Antitrust Act of 1914, legislation that would transform the very nature of American banking. But Morgan would not live to see these changes enacted. Rome, March 1913. Spring was beginning to soften the eternal city, pink blossoms appearing on trees in the ancient parks. In a suite at the Grand Hotel, J. Pierpont Morgan lay in a mahogany bed, his breathing labored, his once commanding frame diminished. His son, Jack J. P. Morgan, Jr., sat vigil by the bedside, a study in controlled grief. For days they had spoken of business matters, of the transition of power, of the art collection that would be the elder Morgan's most visible legacy to the public. "Jack," Morgan's voice was a whisper now, "the firm's capital." "Yes, father." Jack leaned closer. "The firm's capital is not gold, not securities. It's a character. Guard it above all else." Jack nodded, his hand tightening around his father's. "I will." "They'll expect more," Morgan continued, "when I'm gone. The estate, they'll expect hundreds of millions." "And they'll be surprised," Jack said with a small smile. Morgan's laugh turned into a cough. It was true. For all his reputed wealth, J. Pierpont Morgan had always preferred control to ownership. His estate would total approximately $68.3 million. Substantial but far less than the public imagined for a man said to influence some $25 billion in corporate assets. "The art," Morgan said after recovering. "The Metropolitan Museum." "It's arranged, father. Your collection will have a proper home." Morgan nodded, satisfied. His collection, valued at nearly $60 million, almost a quarter of his total estate, represented decades of meticulous acquisition. Not mere trophies of wealth, but artifacts of civilization he believed worthy of preservation. On March 31, 1913, with his son at his side, J. Pierpont Morgan drew his final breath in Rome, far from the financial empire he had constructed on Wall Street. The news reached New York by telegram. Flags dropped to half-staff. The stock exchange closed for 2 hours, a rare tribute. At 23 Wall Street, the fortress-like headquarters of J.P. Morgan and Company, the approximately 200 employees who comprised the surprisingly small staff of the world's most influential banking house received the news in stunned silence. Jack Morgan would inherit the senior partnership of the firm. The daughters were provided for through trusts. The art collection, as arranged, would find its permanent home at the Metropolitan Museum. The estate, when finally tallied, revealed a distribution that reflected the man himself: 35 to 40% in banking partnerships, 25 to 30% in equities, 20 to 25% in art, 5 to 10% in real estate, about 5% in government bonds, and less than 5% in cash. The funeral at St. George's Episcopal Church in Stuyvesant Square was private, attended by the financial and social elite of the city. Outside, New York's reaction was divided, mourning from those who saw him as a stabilizing force, thinly veiled celebration from those who viewed his passing as the end of an era of unchecked financial power. In a quiet moment after the service, Henry Davison, one of Morgan's partners, shared a final confidence with Jack. "Your father once told me what he'd want as his epitaph, if he could choose it himself." "What was it?" Jack asked. "The banker who stabilized the Republic." Jack nodded slowly. It was fitting. Beyond the yacht, beyond the art, beyond the industrial consolidations and the financial rescues, Morgan had seen himself as a builder of systems that would outlast any individual, even himself. As Jack Morgan departed the church to take his place as the head of the House of Morgan, he carried with him not just a name but a philosophy. That character was capital, that stability was service, that wealth brought obligation, and that some trusts, those built on character rather than legal documents, were meant to endure. The Morgan era was ending just as a new one was beginning. The Federal Reserve would soon be established, the income tax had been ratified earlier that year, and the Clayton Antitrust Act loomed on the horizon. The private banking system that J. Pierpont Morgan had dominated was about to be regulated as never before. Yet the principles he had articulated, lending on character, maintaining stability, building relationships of trust, would continue to echo through the corridors of American finance long after the last of his cigars had been extinguished. In the end, perhaps that was his truest legacy, not the millions in his estate, not the billions he had influenced, but the enduring belief that behind every financial transaction stood something more essential than gold, the character of those who made the promise to pay. The soft glow of electric lights illuminated the grand reading room of the Morgan Library as visitors wandered between glass cases containing treasures beyond monetary value. A young woman paused before a Gutenberg Bible, its 15th century pages preserved behind climate-controlled glass, while an elderly gentleman studied a handwritten Mozart manuscript with reverent attention. "He always said books were to be used, not merely collected," remarked Belle de Costa Green, her voice carrying the quiet authority earned through years as J. Pierpont Morgan's personal librarian, and now, in 1924, as the first director of the Morgan Library newly opened to the public. The magnificent structure at 225 Madison Avenue stood as a testament to a man 7 years in his grave. The Italian Renaissance-inspired building, designed by Charles McKim, had once been Morgan's private sanctuary, a temple to knowledge housing medieval manuscripts, rare books, and master drawings. Now its massive bronze doors admitted scholars and citizens alike, fulfilling the vision his son Jack had implemented after his father's passing. 300 visitors today alone, Belle noted to her assistant as they prepared to close for the evening. Mr. Morgan would have been, she hesitated, well, perhaps not pleased, but satisfied. The transformation of the library from private collection to public institution paralleled the larger metamorphosis occurring across the American financial landscape, a landscape Morgan had once dominated like a colossus. Across town, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, established in 1914, stood as both monument and rebuke to the man who had once single-handedly rescued the American economy. The central banking system, born partly from the lessons of the Panic of 1907, had assumed the role of financial stabilizer that Morgan had once personally filled. Henry P. Davison, Morgan's lieutenant who had helped design the Federal Reserve System, sat in his office at 23 Wall Street, the corner, reviewing reports on the Liberty Bond campaigns he'd orchestrated to finance America's entry into the Great War. The House of Morgan had placed over $3 billion in Allied loans and war financing, cementing its position as America's premier international banking house. "The world has changed, Henry," remarked Thomas Lamont, another Morgan partner, gazing out at the bustling financial district. "We used to meet in the library when the chief needed decisions. Now we contend with the Clayton Act, securities regulations, and public hearings." Davison nodded, absently touching the scar on the building's limestone facade, a reminder of the 1920 anarchist bombing that had killed 38 people and wounded hundreds more. The chief understood that power required responsibility. These new institutions are just learning the lesson. The quiet power of J.P. Morgan and Company continued even as the regulatory landscape shifted beneath it. The Clayton Antitrust Act of 1914 had targeted the interlocking directorates that Morgan had perfected, the system whereby the same men sat on the boards of supposedly competing companies. Yet the firm adapted, maintaining its transatlantic connections and financial expertise while navigating the new rules. At the Metropolitan Museum of Art, visitors wandered through the newly opened Morgan Wing, completed in 1918 to house the extraordinary collection of art Morgan had bequeathed to the institution. Renaissance paintings, Egyptian artifacts, and decorative arts valued at approximately $60 million, a figure that would exceed $5 billion today, stood as testament to Morgan's conviction that art represented not merely wealth, but civilization itself. "He collected like he banked," observed the museum's director, with an eye for quality and consolidation. The crowds moving through the galleries represented a democratization of culture that paralleled the democratization of finance. Both spheres once dominated by a single figure now open to institutional governance and public access. In Sleepy Hollow Cemetery, the Morgan Mausoleum stood in classical simplicity, housing the remains of the financial titan whose estate had been valued at $68.3 million, a fraction of the approximately $25 billion in corporate assets he had controlled at his peak. The figure represented an influence equivalent to roughly $750 billion in today's economy, placing him among the 5 richest Americans at his death. A biographer stood before the grave, notebook in hand. "The numbers tell only part of the story," he murmured to himself. Morgan's lifetime philanthropic giving had totaled between $20 and $30 million, plus the priceless art bequest. His major causes, the Episcopal Church, hospitals, educational institutions, and the arts, reflected both his personal convictions and the expectations of his class. Critics had called his giving vanity and stingy compared to Carnegie, but the institutions he helped build continued to serve long after both men had returned to dust. As the Roaring Twenties gave way to the Great Depression, the financial system Morgan had helped construct faced its greatest test. The 1929 stock market crash and subsequent banking crisis might have been the sort of calamity the old financier would have confronted in his library with a group of hand-picked associates. Instead, Herbert Hoover and later Franklin Roosevelt turned to the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Department, and eventually the new Securities and Exchange Commission. The Glass-Steagall Act of 1933 forced a separation between commercial and investment banking that would have been anathema to Morgan's integrative vision. J.P. Morgan and Company chose to remain a commercial bank, spinning off its investment banking activities into a new firm called Morgan Stanley. "The chief would have fought it tooth and nail," observed one partner, but he also understood adaptation. By the mid-20th century, banking had become regulated, diffuse, and considerably less dramatic, a transformation that would have horrified the man who once declared that a bank was not merely a shop. At the Morgan Library, Researchers pored over correspondence and ledgers, seeking to resolve historical debates, the exact profit from Morgan's 1857 coffee transaction, his personal take from the 1895 gold syndicate, the fee breakdown from the creation of U.S. Steel, the total losses from International Mercantile Marine, the partnership's annual revenues at peak, and the precise division of his estate. His desk objects tell us something about the man, explained a curator leading a tour in the 1950s, pointing to Morgan's gold inkwell, ivory paperweight, and reluctant rotary telephone. He preferred written messages to conversation, precision to prolixity, and personal trust to mechanical mediation. The banking world continued to evolve through deregulation in the 1980s and 1990s, culminating in the repeal of Glass-Steagall in 1999, a return to universal banking that might have pleased Morgan, but in a context of public corporations rather than private partnerships. The 2008 financial crisis echoed 1907 in eerie ways, but this time the Federal Reserve and Treasury Department played the stabilizing role Morgan had once personally assumed. J.P. Morgan Chase, the merged entity carrying his name into the 21st century, stood as one of the world's largest financial institutions, a public company, regulated and transparent. That would have been unrecognizable to its namesake. The mythology outgrew the man, observed a financial historian addressing a conference at the Morgan Library in 2013, the centennial of the financier's death. He's remembered as both robber baron and stabilizer, plutocrat and patron. Each controversy, the Hall Carbine affair, the 1895 syndicate fees, the 1907 U.S. Steel waiver, refined subsequent reforms. His power created the conditions for its own obsolescence. In the library's reading room, a doctoral student examined the famous photographs, Morgan at 40 in 1877, stern and confident. The iconic 1902 Steichen portrait, capturing his fierce glare and leonine presence, and the 1912 Peugeot committee appearance, his nose reddened by rhinophyma, his eyes still blazing with undiminished intensity. The network mattered as much as the man, the student's advisor noted, pointing to correspondence with Morgan's associates, Junior Spencer Morgan, his father and mentor, Anthony Drexel, the partner who elevated his ambitions, George Perkins and Henry Davison, lieutenants who executed his vision, Charles Steele, George F. Baker, and James Stillman, allies in the banking community. Bell da Costa Green, who built his library into a world-class collection, and his antagonists, Jay Gould, E. H. Harriman, and Theodore Roosevelt, each relationship revealing different facets of Morgan's strategic mind. The Morgan Library and Museum welcomed more than 350,000 visitors annually in the early 21st century. Special exhibitions highlighted the treasures Morgan had accumulated: Gutenberg Bibles, medieval books of hours, Rembrandt drawings, and literary manuscripts that represented the patrimony of Western civilization. What would he make of us now? A curator wondered, watching visitors snap smartphone photos of manuscripts Morgan had once examined under gas lamps. I think he'd recognize the impulse to preserve what matters, even as the technology changes. In financial boardrooms, Morgan's methods had evolved into case studies: build trust before profit, control Trump's ownership, marry art to commerce, maintain independence from government when possible, and focus on deals large enough to shape the systems they inhabit. The contradiction remains American, remarked the chairman of the Federal Reserve in a speech marking the centennial of the central bank's founding. We never decided whether we wanted tycoons or trusted institutions, whether we admired wealth or resented it. Morgan embodied that contradiction and created institutions that outlived him. On Wall Street, traders hurried past 23 Wall Street, few recognizing the building where Morgan had once ruled, fewer still noticing the pockmarks left by the 1920 bombing. The corner had lost its capital letter, becoming merely another intersection in the financial district. Yet, in the Morgan Library, as evening shadows lengthened across the East Room's walnut bookshelves, something of the man's presence lingered, not just in the rare volumes and manuscripts, but in the very conception of the space as a repository for objects that transcended ordinary commerce. A security guard made his final rounds, checking that the climate control systems protecting centuries-old treasures functioned properly. He paused before Charles McKim's Grand Rotunda, its marble columns and domed ceiling embodying the classical ideals Morgan had cherished. Closing time, he called softly to the last few visitors. As the lights dimmed in the reading room, the guard glanced at Morgan's desk, restored to its original position, and for a moment could almost imagine the great financier seated there, examining a rare manuscript with his magnifying glass, making decisions that would reverberate through markets and museums alike. Outside on Madison Avenue, New York continued its perpetual reinvention, but within these walls, a vision of wealth deployed in service of civilization's permanence remained intact. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the man who had once been called Jupiter.